Good morning, everyone. Live here at our new offices of Helsinki XR Center, or virtually in Altspace and YouTube, and of course our international friends at VR Days Europe. My name is Santeri Saarinen, and on behalf of the Helsinki XR Center team, I warmly welcome you to the 5th edition of Match XR here in Helsinki, Finland. We started humbly as a small side event to Slush in 2017. But even through the COVID season, we've managed to grow each year. In 2019, we became the largest live event related to XR technologies in Finland. In 2020, we created the largest virtual XR event in the Nordics. And this year, we are simultaneously on 4 different platforms with a record audience as the biggest hybrid XR event in the Northern Europe. Today, we will see live presentations from some of the most interesting Finnish XR companies like Arilyn, Wakeone, and FlyAR. City of Helsinki and Fullsteam Agency will discuss their plans for new technologies in large-scale events. And the president of XR for Europe, Laetitia Bochud, will describe a united vision for XR talent in Europe. We will also get a small taste of tomorrow's virtual program in AltspaceVR when we see interviews from Glue Collaboration and MeKiwi done in virtual reality. The big topic in recent months has been Metaverse. There's a lot of questions around it. What is it? Who can access it? How people can access it? Who creates content for the Metaverse? Who owns it? And most importantly, who owns the data and the users within the Metaverse? The original version, which sounds pretty familiar, depicts Metaverse as an urban environment developed along a 100-meter wide road, which reaches around a featureless black sphere, making it some 65,000 kilometers long. On this lonely road, users mingle with each other, their status represented by the sophistication of their avatar and access to restricted areas. Metaverse is accessed through personal terminals, projecting high-quality virtual reality displayed on goggles worn by the user, or through public terminals, which offer only grainy black and white view of the same area. The better one's technology is, the sharper and more vivid one's avatar becomes. And to purchase anything, one would utilize electronic currency instead of physical money. And most worryingly of all of the virtual real estate is owned by Global Multimedia Protocol Group. In the Metaverse, computer viruses not only affect the software they're attacking, but also the person behind the avatar, recoding their DNA. Virtuality bleeds into reality. And what happens in the Metaverse no longer stays in the Metaverse. This is according to Snow Crash by Neil Stephenson, written in 1992. An excellent book, which I can highly recommend to everyone. Later today, we will hear probably another definition of Metaverse. After lunch, Olli Sirén will lead us into thinking about leaving the old world behind, and following him in our panel discussion, we will hear about the future of Metaverse as seen by Varjo, Immersive, Zone, and Microsoft. Hopefully our version will be less monopolized by huge corporations and allows us all to connect, create, collaborate, and coexist together in one or multiple metaverses. After a difficult year and a half, overshadowed by cancellation of events, harsh limitations on participants, and all the restrictions which allowed us to stay safe, Now it's time for celebration. Meet new people, talk with them, shake their hands carefully, exchange pleasantries, though only after a long awkward silence, as is customary in Finland. And most importantly, enjoy yourself, whether online or on site. Grab a drink and hopefully learn something new today. Welcome all, and thank you. And now I'll give the floor to our host of the day, Riku Mikko.
It's so nice to see a lot of you people here on this morning. So welcome everybody, and welcome to Match XR 2021. My name is, nice, we have some energy in the crowd. I'm Riku Mikko Kangasmäki, I'm your host today, and I'm very delighted to be here as an entrepreneur myself as well. Maybe a bit of a lightweight compared to the people we're going to be hearing from later on today with all our presentations. But overall about myself, well, I'm basically known through a nickname called T-Panda. I work in esports as a caster and as a host, and I'm most happy and also very honored to be invited to be your host for this event for today and for tomorrow. Obviously, all of you people behind that camera right there, yes, I'm talking to you. That is our YouTube and Altspace audience as well. You are more than welcome to be here with us, obviously joining through the stream or via Altspace, which is the theme for these 2 days. A couple practicalities before we get our day on the way. So obviously, as mentioned, we are streaming this live online onto YouTube and to Altspace. So make sure you check those out as well, even people who are here. There's the showroom on the left. If you're new to the place, go and check it out, whatever is going on there. There might be some surprises, maybe something cool is going on there as well. And for all of you people watching via YouTube, I would recommend that you take this opportunity today to make your Altspace accounts today, because tomorrow will be completely on Altspace. We will stream it onto YouTube as well, but if you want to interact, if you want to have a more face-to-face-like virtual experience, that will be the place to be tomorrow. Every bit of information that is required for this event, you can either ask our info on both location and also HelsinkiXRCenter.com. That will be everything that you need to know, including the frequently asked questions. If you have any trouble, if you have any issues, you'll most likely find it through there. Kids like me will also most likely end up finding some information that we don't know already. As we have a lot of presentations coming through today, I have the honor of introducing our first guest, who is the CMO at Arilyn, the production manager at the Virtual Art Gallery. Please welcome Tommi Merelin.
Hello, and good morning to you all. I'm very honored to be the first presentation of today. As previously said, I'm Tommi from Arilyn. And what I'll be talking about today is how to create business in a new dimension. Of course, this is going to be the hype word of today, and I think of the rest of the 2 days of the speeches, and also for me. I'll start from the beginning, so bear with me that I begin from here. The internet, the first version of it, it was basically a man and a machine type of situation. People were creating like great web pages from the offices and homes. Then came the social web, the 2.0, and that was of course powered by Facebook and social media. And now we are living at the semantic web age, the 3.0. I think nobody even knows what it means, but it's basically based on data and APIs and all those services talking to each other. So what we are creating at the moment is the reality. So it suits well that it's 3D plus 1, so it's 4.0. And this is the vision of Microsoft and their own mesh kind of product that they're creating. And as you saw there, it's not important how you begin with. It's more important how you end up with. So the most important thing is to get into the digital dimension be the first there. And it looks like a sci-fi and quite like out of this world type of thing. But as we are looking at the current development of, for example, camera imaging and neural rendering, this is not an image and not like a 3D representation of a real world. This is done by combining a lot of static images. And it was created, the whole 3D image was created from mobile phone images, only the camera data. And the same applies to Tesla. They have cameras installed in each and every one of their cars. And one of those pictures is the direct image of those cameras. And another one is those images put to the cloud and then re-rendered again as a 3D image. I cannot tell which one is which, and if you look at the video from YouTube, it's going to be even more impressive. So, when is the time to start? It's now. Of course, the best day to start was yesterday, but today is the second best. And on to the second point. These are random facts, just again. It's going to make sense in the end, but at the moment, just please listen to it. The average memory of a goldfish is 9 seconds. That's fine and dandy, but because we remember that the people's average attention span is 8 seconds, so it's going to bring us closer to the end result here. The average amount of data we are seeing every day is at least 7 DVDs. This is an old data, so I don't know what it's currently, but at least 7 DVDs worth of messages we are getting into our systems every day. Currently, at the moment in the world, there are 6.4 billion mobile phones, smartphones. So actually, every one of us has a supercomputer in our pockets. And if you combine this with the fact that those previous demonstrations, they were created only with camera images, so it starts to make sense that we are actually creating a global network of mobile scanning of the whole world. 5 minutes. Last spring, we created our own service, Virtual Art Gallery, and the first exhibitions there, people spent over 5 minutes in the exhibitions. So that's a lot. And even without much advertising, we got over 5,000 visitors to each and every one of those exhibitions. So currently, we are living through the fourth industrial revolution, and it's powered by AI, quantum computing, and lots of cool stuff that's coming our way. And of course, what this means is that this new kind of complex world needs more simpler UIs. So the next level UI will be a 3D. So we are not clicking on images or clicking on buttons. We are actually interacting with the world directly. Of course, this presents a lot of opportunities, but also challenges for the next generation of designers. When you create an advertising campaign or marketing campaign and you utilize emotions, it's studied that it's twice as effective as without those emotions connected with the message. And each and every one of those social posts that you used lots of money and time to create, it takes 1.7 seconds that the people are scrolling through them. And each and every one of us actually swipes 30 kilometers of mobile phone screens every year. So that's a lot. So you're spending a lot of your effort in stuff that people don't even see. So, what's this for you? You might get one chance of a lifetime to actually tell your message when it gets across and you get your own stage. So, better make it count. And we all are lizards in our brains. So basically, we make our decisions in our limbic brain system, which creates those decisions in 0.2 seconds. And only after those emotions and those like primal instincts, only after that we combine those with facts and actually justify our decisions with facts. And again, you said that not me. I'm more intelligent than that. But then you can explain me that how does this 300 euro T-shirt and the 5 euro T-shirt, they are exactly the same. But basically, it's only the branding that makes the difference in a product. So this is my conclusion. Nobody cares what you're doing. Nobody cares about your message. So that's going to be really hard, even when the world is getting even more complex every day. So, excuse me, a little bit of neuromarketing here. How we get the message across? The first task is to create the attention. So this is the part that actually gets your the lizard brain moving. Then you have to create an emotion, and that's going to take some time. So you can get a message and get some creative juices flowing. Only after that can you deliver your message. So then the message is combined in the brain with the emotion, and it sticks. And how conveniently, this is exactly what XR is good for. It's still novel. You can ignite the curiosity of their clients. So you can create something that they're not expecting, so you get their attention. Then, as I said, even 5 minutes, you can actually get some time from your customers. So you have the time and space to tell your story, and maybe actually get the message across and transform your clients and make your message stick. And this is what we've been working for at Arilyn. It's not a plain old boring showroom, it's plain old boring space. So actually it's blank space and blank time that you can tell your story in. So I'm using this as an image. Our sales director loves this because I'm selling an empty space and nothing. But this is actually what we are doing. You get the time and you get the space to actually tell your story. And again, as of course, the world is mobile, world is global. These kind of online spaces, they are always open, they're globally accessible, and because they're browser-based, you can look at them from any kind of device. And of course, you can share them. And compared to physical spaces, they are also sustainable, because you don't have to actually do any kind of physical building. And again, I remind you, you get your one chance, don't mess it up with some kind of gimmick. I've seen these flying whales, they are everywhere when people are showing demos about XR, and I hate them. I hate them from the bottom of my heart. It's because they're losing their opportunity to actually create something meaningful. So, what is the benefit for you? It's the space and time to tell your story. And here at Arilyn, we've been doing this for eight years now. We've been creating a lot of campaigns for big and small clients, nationally here in Finland and of course abroad. Scaling from this kind of small augmented reality scanning stuff all the way to huge artist album release campaigns. And for example, the Arla has been a client of us for 4 years already. So they've been the first one to move. They've started their journey with us, and now we are creating campaigns that are bigger and bigger and bigger every time we are creating them. So they are learning again. They are the first movers. So our service to everybody is actually this. The metaverse is sci-fi. It's something that's going to happen in the future. But we can bring the opportunity to every brand and every marketer right now. And again, because I know this is going to be hard to grasp for some of our clients, we developed this kind of easy entry system and scaling up the campaign. So actually the smaller scale campaigns, they are quite easy, simple and fast to create because we have created tools for those. But again, we can scale with the client and go all the way to global XR campaigns at a massive scale. So we are a strategic partner for our clients and hopefully for lots of new clients also. What this means is that you don't have to actually hire your own professionals because it's going to be hard. There are not that many XR or Metaverse professionals out there. So we are helping our clients transform from this 3D dimension to the fourth dimension. I'm going to be a bit experimental here. This is our case study. If you are here, you can flip out your phone and scan this image and maybe bookmark the case to your phone. If you are at the Altspace, of course, this doesn't happen, but you can get these URLs from us later. So this is a global brand space made for German manufacturer Wiesmann. I'm showing this because you're going to spend there at least 10 minutes, I can guarantee you. But as you scan this, you can visit it yourself. Another one we created just a couple of weeks ago is this kind of storified brand space for Pepe Deluxe, which is a band that actually they published their new album 2 weeks ago. The first one was a bigger scale. This is, again, stuff that you can do in a couple of weeks. So this is quite simple at the moment. And of course, we are the clients of ourselves. Virtual art gallery is a prime example of how to start creating this kind of new opportunities you are having and start creating business there. We launched this last spring, and already we are getting massive traction in transforming all the global art galleries to online, where they can share their art and get more exposure for their art. So, as a recap, this is the way how to do it. Start now, tell a story, and partner up. Here again, in these 2 days, you're going to see lots of cool presentations. You're going to visit great brands like Varjo, who is creating one of the greatest VR, even I think it is the greatest VR headset. There's Doğan, which is creating a massive online event, and there's Glue and other companies that are creating like really cool stuff. And of course, there's us that can help you get into the metaverse right now. So if you want to connect, there's the LinkedIn handles for me and our company. I would love to chat with you later because this is only scratching the surface. That's about it. Thank you.
I will join you on the stage. You can stay here for a little bit longer.
Yep.
But to all of our audience, as we have live presentations, we have a 10-minute Q&A possibility. So if you have any questions on your mind, you can start preparing them if you have any notebooks or if you have something in your smart brains, maybe you have something ready. But I'll give you a moment because I want to ask you a couple of questions as well. I'm going to start off with Arilyn has been making some collaboration with Lil Nas X, for example.
Yep.
Has this project been in Europe or worldwide, or can you tell us more about it?
It was worldwide. It was made directly with the artist, and I think it was Columbia Records in the United States. So they contacted us, and I think it was 3 weeks campaign that we put a lot of effort there and took like long days to make it, but we made it happen. It was online only for a brief moment because it was launched when the album was launched, and then it went away.
What did you think about the project?
Hey, Lil Nas X, I think one of the greatest artists ever, so...
All right, do we have any audience questions yet? You can raise your hand if you have anything on your mind. It looks like we have a pretty quiet audience for now. We have one question there. Go ahead, sir.
So you said that you are helping companies transform from Web 3 to the fourth dimension. So I was curious, what are the major challenges that you encountered in this transformation and how did you solve them?
I think the biggest challenge has been that our clients don't know what we are talking about. So it's quite sci-fi, but now because of the metaverse thing, everybody's talking about it at the moment. So it's going to be easier from now on. But I think that is the most, I think that is the hardest thing. They don't know what we're talking about, and they don't know how they can benefit from it, because of course everybody wants benefits from what they're doing. But now, I think now we have the term for it, it's metaverse, and I believe now the talk's going to be much easier.
Thank you for the question. Do we have any other questions in mind? We have another one. Go ahead, sir.
Yep.
What happened there at first? It was probably successful and they really got into it. But can you elaborate?
Yeah, I wasn't working at Arilyn when the first one came, but it was, I believe it was like a Tamagotchi type of AR thing that you could scan from a milk bottle, and you got a little cat that was acting like a cow. There's a funny story behind it, but you could play around with it in your like breakfast table. And then the next year we created, because it was the year of football World Championships, we created a football game where you could like flick football in a goal, and the little cat was the goalie there. And then we created even more ambitious. We created a game that was like spanning for the whole year, and it was really ambitious. And we can talk about it later, but I think it was too complex for our clients even. So that's a good representation that you don't have to do everything. It's better if you do something small. And this year we are doing something smaller again for the Arla. And I would also showcase our case to the Panda Easter egg that it was launched it was 2 years ago already. But it was basically an Easter egg that had like a little strip of paper inside it that you could scan, and then you could play around with the panda, again, like a Tamagotchi type of small mascot there. It gathered so much attention that 500,000 scans was made during that Easter. So when you consider that we are quite a small country, it was a huge success. And of course, after that, Panda got along with our board, and then we created like chocolate boxes, and we are continuing the story this Easter.
Thank you for the question. Do we have any other thoughts in mind? Go ahead.
Thanks, Tommi. Good presentation. Thanks, Tommi. Nice presentation. I checked your LinkedIn profile, and if you rewind back 22 years when you were a web designer and you were selling these gimmick stuff at that time, which is like a websites and web marketing. What has changed? Because now you're selling another gimmick.
What's at least the data, that's huge today, because the first sites I was making, I was one of those guys coding in our basement. Actually, I think I was the first person ever. I studied architecture, and I was the first person ever who got like special permission to create my resume and my portfolio in a web. It was unheard of. People were still creating like these flat books. So lots of things has changed.
But if you think about from a customer perspective, you have been doing now marketing campaigns for the customers. So what has changed?
I think it's mainly done with the fact that the world is complex and there's a lot of stuff. So the attention is really hard to gain. And so that means that whatever you're doing, it has to have a lot of impact. It has to be simple to understand and simple to start using. I believe maybe 20 years ago you could do anything and people loved it. It wasn't, you don't have to think about the UX or design. Nowadays it's much more important.
Thanks.
Oh, we actually have the person with the microphone. I don't have to run back and forth. We have a question over here at the corner. You can see that this presentation has really sparked an inspiration in our crowd. I love it.
Yes, thank you very much for it. And I'm glad you kind of walked the talk there of taking the steps of getting attention, emotion, and sending a message. Good job on that. About the virtual showrooms, I was wondering, are those spaces something you visit alone? Or are you looking into creating that experience to be more social so you can share the gallery with other visitors? What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, of course, we're listening to our clients, but at the moment we are focusing on the standalone like web page or physical showroom kind of experiences. Events, they are a different category altogether. It requires a lot of more development to actually create, again, the UI and the UX that is perfect. But I think we have the roadmap for that already, so I think it's going to happen in a couple of months maybe. So we are planning on creating a collaboration possibility.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. We also have a question from our YouTube chat, so I'll bring up one of these. What is the most important thing to take into account when starting to design an AR campaign with a large corporation?
That's a hard question. Partner up with somebody who has the knowledge and maybe do a workshop.
All right.
Because you have to have the customer knowledge and knowledge about their customers before you can actually design anything.
Obviously, that's very true, very true. Do we have any other audience questions? We still have a couple of minutes time for Q&A here with Tommi Merelin. If not, then I'll ask another one, which we have also from our YouTube audience. Unknown username, but it was inspiring for me, maybe for me. It was inspiring for me to see the Amos Rex Egypt tomb. Can you give an insight about the technical details, like what software was used for the 3D tomb?
I don't actually know what our 3D guys are creating now content with. I think they use everything. But the main experience was done with our own tools, because we have been developing these kind of online tools for years now. So it's the end experience was our own handwriting.
All right. Well, thank you, Tommi Merelin. Can we please get an audience an applause for Tommi?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we have a couple minutes time before we do our second segment of the day, which is going to be a recorded interview. So before we jump into there, I'm just going to add a couple pieces of information that I might have missed on our first information section. So matchxrhelsinki.com is the website to go to. We also have our code available on the stream if you want to join via Altspace and participate in today's and tomorrow's shows. And also, with that coming up, the VR Pavilion Finland and also the Aurora Amphitheater are available. So go check them out. And obviously as well, the partner worlds who are combining us with Match XR. So with a couple minutes, we'll take a 3-4 minute break. So if you need to go to the toilet, if you want to get yourself some beverages, they are all available for it at your disposal. And then we shall continue with Glue collaboration and Jussi Havu's recorded interview. So a couple minutes and we'll be back shortly. All right, welcome back, all of you people watching on YouTube and Outspace, and obviously our local crowd as well. We are heading forward with our program, so I would like to address the attention of all of the people watching live and take your spots, and maybe reduce the volume just a tiny bit, because next up we have the Glue collaboration and Jussi Havu with a recorded interview. This time we will not have a Q&A, so we have just the interview, and obviously regarding Glue collaboration as well, we have a demo in the showroom as well, so do make sure if you are here at the live audience, go check it out, and obviously if you're in Altspace, this is your opportunity. Next up, Jussi Havu from the Glue collaboration.
Welcome everyone. We are here with Jussi from Glue, hearing about their virtual spaces and their company. So Jussi, please, could you introduce yourself and where we are now?
Thanks, Santeri. Great to be here. Yes, my name is Jussi Havu. I work as a CEO of Glue Collaboration, and Glue is a virtual collaboration platform targeted for teams and individuals around the world who need their remote collaborations to be as great as face-to-face meetings are. And we are now at one of the prepared spaces that is available for all the Glue users, called Guildhouse. Guildhouse is a casual space, if you will, for virtual coffee break type of meetings during your workday. Our customers use this as a space where they can casually meet each other next to the virtual coffee machine which we also have in this space. And the other part of the space has a movie theater. We, for example, have hosted our pre-Christmas party there once, and have watched videos and movies together. It's also a space for presentations and kind of team gatherings and town hall events. So multi-purpose space, but mainly for casual purposes.
Excellent. Sounds really interesting. Could you tell me a little bit about yourself? What has your history been like? How you got interested in XR technologies?
Yeah, sure. So my background is in business, and I'm a business executive. Been working mainly in technology companies, both at Nokia and Microsoft for the most part of my career, doing business development, strategy, and finance roles. So I represent a target customer, if you will, for this type of platform very well. After working in kind of larger corporations, I've spent time with startups. First worked with the self-driving car startup called AI Motive as their chief commercial officer, incubating that technology and taking it to the market. But then got an opportunity to look at the XR space during my journey at Nokia and Microsoft. Obviously have been touched those topics as well, as large companies have developed also some interesting innovations in this space. But for me, working in large corporations, it has meant a lot of business travel, and I felt that there could be a better way for companies to collaborate remotely. And I saw the technology, and I was convinced that this type of paradigm can provide a true level of presence, which is often the reason why people meet face to face. So I joined Glue beginning of 2019 as a CEO, and have been on this journey ever since. So this is my kind of main XR project to date. So before that, various other technology related incubations.
Yeah, sounds reasonable. Kind of like making your own work a bit easier, so not having to travel as much. Could you tell me a little bit about Glue? How's your team like? What kind of software are you making? What's the history of the company?
Yeah, sure. So company has a longer background. Originally, the team was spun out from the company called Hybrid Graphics, which was acquired by NVIDIA in 2005. And around that time, a smaller part of that company founded a kind of industry pioneering effort to build graphics, 3D, and special effects for advertising and movie industry. So basically, this heritage of the company is in graphics and visual effects and everything related to those, which kind of shows in the quality of Glue's visual experiences very well. Since 2015 already, the team saw that XR and virtual reality is becoming more popular, but all the experiences at the time were single-user solo experiences. And team wanted to build collaborative platform where people can enjoy VR together, and that was sort of the starting point of Glue as a platform. Team itself, it's around 30 people in size. To build a platform like this, it requires a lot of different types of competences. First of all, the graphics, obviously, which I talked about, comes from the heritage of the company in that space. But then we have applications running on various hardware platforms, both desktop VR and various different types of VR headsets. So you need people who can do the front end client development work. But the overall platform runs in the cloud, and the back end and the architecture is equally important. We are business to business offering, so we need to pay a lot of attention to security, data privacy, and these things. So competences in developing business applications and secure business applications in particular is something that we have in house. And then operations and business people and the team who are responsible for getting this into market is the kind of the equally important part of creating a business around Glue platform.
Yes, so a lot of people with different backgrounds. Do you think it's easy to find people like that in Finland?
Yeah, this is a hot topic at the moment. So we have been working with a similar sized team already since the beginning because of the history of the company being in different business, and we pivoted towards building a platform product since 2015. Obviously, there has been different mix of talent that we have had to brought in. So far, we have been lucky on getting great people into the team, but as we grow, it becomes increasingly more difficult, and thus we look also talent outside Finland, and already there are people who come from other countries who work in the Glue team. But yeah, so far we have been fortunate to get great talent to work in our platform.
Yeah, that's nice to hear. So I've heard that you've had a lot of interesting customer cases. So could we take a look at some of those and see what their spaces are like?
Sure. Let's then move into some of the spaces, and I'll tell you more. Welcome to Salesforce Tower.
Thank you. Looks like an interesting place. So what's this place used for?
Yeah, so one of the functionalities of Glue as a platform is that we can bring in custom spaces and experiences, and also our customers can build their own experiences and bring them in as a space for Glue for their particular meetings and events and interactions. And this is something that we have built for Salesforce. They are pioneering on XR use for customer meetings. And in their concept, they have certain recurring executive review meetings with their key customers where they go through the last quarter performance and kind of provide provide data to their customers about their future plans and so forth. And this is actually a digital twin of their San Francisco Salesforce tower. We're now at the third floor of the tower, and this is a digital twin of the lobby. And through there, we can go inside and check the rest of the space to see how it looks. So Salesforce actually sends out the VR headsets to their customers. It is a little bit like a James Bond experience. They get a box when you open it. There's a tablet that opens up and starts telling you the instructions how to get in to the meeting. They have kind of honed that onboarding experience to the maximum. And then once customer gets into the device, they'll get into Glue, and they meet the Salesforce representatives in the spaces like this. For them, it's very important that the brand image of Salesforce is very similar to how they want to see themselves represented in other forums as well, and in the real world. So for them, this was an obvious choice to customize the experience for their use cases.
Yeah, sounds really interesting and environmentally friendly as well.
Yeah,
so
sustainability is obviously a big thing.
Yeah, of course. So should we move to the next space that you had prepared?
Yeah, we can have a look what some of the other customers choose to do in Glue. So let me take you to one of the other spaces that we have branded for our customer. Okay, Santeri, now we're at the Scrum place, which is branded with the Deutsche Telekom and T-Systems branding. They are one of our customers who uses Glue for design thinking workshops and other types of internal meetings, but they're also a distributor of Glue, and they're promoting and offering Glue to their business customers, which is kind of exciting partnership for us here at Glue.
Okay, that's interesting. So what kind of things they can do here in the Scrum place?
Yeah, this place is one of the templated spaces that we built for all the Glue users to use. This is just now branded with their branding. All Glue spaces have screens where you can present your presentations and video material and images. You can of course import 3D objects and 3D images in here as well. And then, because this is a Scrum place, we have designed a custom Scrum board there for the teams to manage their projects. And then obviously all the other tools that Glue provide are available. So the idea of the room is to be persistent, place where the project team can see the evolution of their project and work together. That's also one of the key functionalities of Glue, allowing you to continue your work where you left it in the same actual space.
Yeah, that sounds like a really important part of everyday work at big companies. So you've been working with Deutsche Telekom and Salesforce and other big clients. What kind of sectors could benefit the most from collaborative virtual reality that have not maybe used it that much yet?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think we're kind of targeting quite broad range of different types of companies, and there are certain leading innovators in each of the field who have been pioneering these technologies. So there's a big kind of broader mass still to be being introduced to these technologies. But if you look at the use cases where Glue works best, it is definitely for situations where the engagement level needs to be high. So internal workshops, brainstorming sessions, and Scrum team meetings is a good category for any type of business to use collaborative VR. And then in the case of Salesforce, fully custom environments allow you to build a great sales and marketing experiences. That's definitely one vertical where we see a lot of customers being able to benefit from these type of platforms. And then education and training. I think that has been probably the most widely adopted use case in virtual reality in general, whether it's a single user or multi-user situations. For us, obviously, it allows you to have both teacher and students in the same room to learn something new. And obviously, virtual events of different kind where the engagement level needs to be high. So a lot of use cases which go across different industries.
Yeah, definitely. So how do you see the future of collaboration in virtual reality? Like, what hasn't been done yet?
Yeah, future is it's a difficult thing to predict, as we know. But I think for our industry, there are particularly the technology related evolution will allow different types of experiences. Currently, we're using this in virtual reality, mixed reality and combinations of real world and virtual world offer interesting future use cases. Obviously, the hardware development will allow us to do more with the smaller devices and smaller headsets. We are seeing each year these devices getting smaller and more powerful. Connectivity improvements, promise of 5G, hopefully will bring us even lighter devices and smoother experiences, which will allow better graphics to be rendered real time. And then cloud and edge computing, offloading some of the local real-time rendering at some point, then will make this whole category look something very different when we can do all the computing or most of the heavy lifting in the cloud and enabling real-time experiences. Yeah, I think it is difficult to pinpoint exactly what will happen, but yeah, these technology developments will definitely enable us to do a lot more in the future.
Yeah, and they seem to be coming faster and faster every year. New technologies available all the time. So how do you see working with XR? Are there any big challenges at the moment that you are facing?
Yeah, I think still I talked about great technology improvements that are hopefully coming around the corner. In today's world, we need to live with what's available now. While the mass market devices have improved tremendously in terms of power and performance and resolution, it is still an optimization game in terms of how visually stunning experiences you can render real time with the frame rates that are pleasant for users to enjoy. So I think the biggest challenge that we face is we're basically creating visually great looking experience for enterprise. We need to take care of all the security aspects of these things, which are not necessarily requirements on the consumer business. So combining everything, optimizing the experience, and making sure that it's an enterprise grade software. That's it is a quite demanding task. So for us, that's probably the biggest challenge.
How can new companies find Glue? How can they get access to your platform?
Yeah, I think if you already have a VR headset, chances are that you can find us in your local app store. So whether you're in Oculus, Pico, or most recently we provided support for Vive Focus 3. Those standalone headsets are probably the best places to go, and you can start using Glue for free. More information can be found at glue.work on our website about how we serve enterprises with different types of offering, different customizations, and different levels of service. And yeah, that's I would start with those two sources: downloading the applications from your VR app store and then going to our website glue.work.
Excellent, thank you. This was Jussi Havu from Glue, And let's end this with a high five.
Thanks, Santeri. It was a pleasure to talk with you about our company.
Thank you.
Welcome back, and as you can see, Jussi, very nice gentleman, and had a lot of great ideas, but most of all, who of you would actually go to a interview or a work interview on VR? Raise your hands up if you would do that. All right, we've got some very brave hands. That's good to see. Good to see. Anyway, I would like to mention that Jussi is actually here. He's in the showroom. If you want to ask him any questions under the Glue collaboration marker, so go ask any questions if you have towards him directly. But we are going to continue with our show, and with a couple things added to the equation. I would like to mention that Urho, who is giving our next presentation from Varjo Technologies, is actually joining us via Teams. So we have a broad presentation, but we also have one of their members as well, local here. We should have Kim Härkönen available for any questions after, but obviously a Q&A with Urho Konttori is available after we've done with the presentation. So without further ado, we have the next one, Varjo Technologies and Urho Konttori.
You. So, as said, I'm the co-founder and currently the CEO. It's my fourth role in the company, so quite a big journey. I'll talk today a little bit about where Varjo is now, so the company presentation products, and of course our latest product, Aero, a bit of highlighting on that one, as well as then talk a little bit of what we're doing next, especially in the realm of Varjo's Reality Cloud, again, something that Jussi Havu also alluded in his previous presentation, the ability to render in the cloud as opposed to on the headset, enabling you to have almost infinite compute and a lot of other benefits as well. And then a little bit on the future of virtual teleportation as well. So that should be interesting. But good, let's kick it off now with the things now happening at Varjo. So Varjo is now roughly 170 people. I don't actually know the number anymore accurately. We are hiring actively, so do check out our job positions. We would be more than welcome engineers and other, for example, business people, both from Nordics and across the globe. I think we have almost people from almost 20 nationalities these days working in Varjo, so we're very multinational. So even if you wouldn't be a Finnish resident, you would be more than feeling at home in there. We have over 23 B2B value-added partners selling our B2B headsets globally, and we have now, of course, also opened some B2C channels also with retail partners. We have well over 1,000 customer companies, and this ranges from a few headsets to a few hundred headsets per company. So the scale is quite nicely happening, and especially the Aero has actually already now scaled quite a lot of new smaller customers into the customer base. Here's a bit of a show of the type of companies we have. So typically Fortune 500 alike companies in the training and simulations domain, medical and research, and design and engineering. And I don't think much of this one is news, but it's a good repetition in any case. So let's focus a little bit on the Aero, which is made both for leading edge VR users without prior Varjo experience, as well as for current Varjo users, mainly in B2B domain, obviously, who are ready for mass adoption of VR. So this is a product that we're using also to scale in many of our existing customer base companies, as it comes with two benefits for scaling. One, lower cost. Secondly, lower PC requirement. So making it much easier for you to actually get those PCs that you use to run these beautiful, beautiful headsets. I don't want to take this into a sales pitch for the Varjo, just setting a bit of context to you. One of the definite benefits of the Varjo Aero is that it became now the second headset on the market to be approved by European Aviation Safety Agency for real pilot training. So you basically get credits from flying with it, similarly to as flying on a bigger dome simulator or flying the actual plane. This is the very first venture into VR training in the civilian aviation side. And again, like I was surprised by this, that it happened now. I was expecting a couple of more years. It happened for the VR3 in the summer and almost instantly now in the autumn for the Aero because of the similarities. So both VR3 and the Aero are approved for VRM's simulation system by European Aviation Safety Agency. So it gives you a glimpse of the kind of quality level that also, for example, as a flight enthusiast, you have now access to same grade of technology as the professionals have been doing in the past. So you get very similar experience as you do in a full dome simulator. So then on the target specs for the hardware, so you can see that compared to the VR3 and the XR3, Aero is actually functioning on a mid-range GPUs. And I was just really pleasantly surprised to see that VR Flight Sim guy, for example, was doing a test of HP Reverb G2 performance. So how much it actually taxes the GPU, how good frame rate you get with that one in Microsoft Flight Simulator, as opposed to running the same thing on Aero. And he was raving about that you actually get something like 20 to 30% higher frame rates on the Aero while getting that much higher quality simultaneously. Again, a pretty magnificent thing. And this is really like a good testimony into the scaling capabilities of the Aero. So mid-range GPU, CPU configuration is fine with the Aero. So you can run it on a laptop, you can run it on a mid-range desktop PC or a backpack PC, for example, from HP. And again, similarly, VR3 and XR3 are demanding more. So you should be expecting to basically shelve out a high-end GPU of either 20 series or 30 series to use on that one. On the range overall, just reminding, VR3 is the world's utmost highest quality VR headset on the market with human eye resolution displays, eye and hand tracking, available for $33.95 plus $7.95 annually. XR3 comes with obviously the same eye and hand tracking, but then also with the mixed reality, including LiDAR, and the same human eye resolution displays available at $59.95 to all companies, and then for $14.95 annually. And then the Aero, which is available to all for $19.95, comes with the eye tracking, superbly lightweight, ultra bright mini LED displays that are twice the brightness of the VR3 and the XR3, and I dare to say pretty much any other headset on the market as well. It's one of the things that you actually should experience. So we should have an Aero headset at the event. So please go and check it out. Just seeing that brightness and that beautiful image quality is something that I don't want to show on a slide now. You should experience it firsthand there. And Kimi can certainly also help on that one also later on. Then I have on this image one small adder on the list of new things, which is our latest laptop adapter, making it super easy to connect a Varjo Aero headset directly to a laptop, where the only thing that you need additionally is then the power supply unit that gives some additional power to the Aero. Much simpler integration, especially when you're going to a customer, like a click, click, done. Good, then continuing on the now, Varjo Teleport VR software and service suite is available since roughly a week ago. And it comes for free to anybody owning XR3 or VR3. And that includes support for 3 concurrent users, and then you can purchase bigger sales volumes as well. It supports also any other SteamVR compatible headset, including also the Oculus headsets that are connected to PC. Good, either with a cable or without a cable, obviously. So what the Varjo Teleport VR does is that it enables you to meet, share, and collaborate virtually with a larger group. Very similar type of thing that what we, for example, saw on the Glue side, except that the focus of this software is really mainly on certain use cases, and at the moment it's the best in the BIM sector, so in construction domain, and in there doing design reviews and actionating on those. And we are now expanding the compatibility from beyond that sector into other ranges of design, improving the experience and the user flow tremendously. So I would say that this is the perfect solution at the moment if you're doing any kind of bigger activities in both designing and working with a customer in the architecture, engineering, and construction side. But then if you're on the other ventures of design, you would definitely want to check it out, see how it works right now into our workflow, and let us know how we should be improving on that one. And we have plenty of more material if you're interested at our website. And with this, I'm moving to next things happening at Varjo. So as a context, I obviously cannot talk much about what kind of hardware we are actually developing in the future. So I'm giving a bit of framing in the beginning instead. And one of these that I also spoke at the previous event at the XR Center is that the 6DoF headset volume is surpassing 100 million during 2025. So we are at the breaking point that VR and mixed reality is actually becoming a mainstream thing. That kind of volume does mean real mainstream use. Simultaneously and partially driving that is the change in the form factor of the headsets towards eyeglass form factors that you see, for example, here as the backdrop. It's the HTC's Flow headset that truly, I think, looks spectacular and feels really good on the head. And it's showing the road to the future. Again, I cannot show what we are doing, but I can certainly show that this is what HTC is doing and many other companies as well. And it's predominantly driven by new type of optics called pancake lenses, which are folded optics that makes it possible to squeeze the size of the headset tremendously. So, and I do think that this kind of things are necessary to drive the wider adoption as well. And again, like really pleasantly happy to see HTC doing their forerunner position in this domain once again. You could argue that that Facebook is doing something similar in this domain, and I expect many companies to be releasing products that have similarity to what what HTC is showing here. And obviously, as Varjo, we are following the trends in the market as well. Then finally, I'd maybe raise the point that operating system and chipset game is starting because of the exact same thing. So adoption curve towards mass market forces you to think what's going to be your like a longer term position when it comes to operating systems and chipsets. And I dare say that Facebook will have a very moderate likelihood that they would be doing play on this one before they roll out into their next magnitude of device volume. You don't want to do that too late, as then you're being nasty to your partners as well as to your customers. So I would assume that will be happening within the next 2 years. Then Varjo Reality Cloud that we see as instrumental in especially the B2B setting on devices like those. So lightweight devices that you can wear comfortably, that you can give to your customer easily, that nobody should be afraid to wear on their heads, does mean that you start to have limitations on the amount of compute you can have there. So for that one, we have been since last summer talking about Varjo's Reality Cloud, and I'll shed a bit of light into that one again today. First of all, you basically get instantly access to infinite compute on the cloud, both for the GPU, CPU, and RAM scaling. You can essentially decide that I want to now run in 100 CPU cores with 4 high-end GPUs driving the graphics and with a terabyte of RAM available to me. And the cloud will just configure itself for you. You will pay more, but you will be able to have the real-time ray tracings and things like that on as you need and pay only what you need when you need it. Then you can be running on much lower grade cloud hardware when you're actually setting up the things and exploring. And I dare say that with solutions like this, you will ultimately pay much less than you would if you would be purchasing a PC of equivalent capability. Typically, people also don't use the VR headsets 8 hours a day, so it gives you the opportunity to save most of the part of the day's CPU, GPU compute. Good. Then, of course, turnkey is super important part in here, especially in the B2B setting. So by enabling so that you configure your experiences once in the cloud and say then that, okay, anybody connecting here will get this exact same experience and you can guarantee it. It does enable you to have a click to scale, both from the perspective of within your organization, but also externally. You can offer reliable services that once configured once are really turnkey and they will just work. This is one of the things that we have been getting from our alpha partners, that they feel, for example, in the automotive design domain, that this allows them to much more easily take the decision makers into the loop, because all they need to do is that they send a link to their email. So just put the headset on, click on the link, and you will be able to see the latest thing. Look at it and tell me your opinion on the 1, 2, 3 type of thing. Again, no hassle, and also no need to move to a VR lab, perhaps in a totally different building or anything like that. It scales both for the headset sales and then for the use cases for these companies. Then hardware independence is, of course, a natural evolution of the cloud rendering. So once you render in the cloud, in a sense, it's just a video stream going to the headset. Obviously, it's not, but it makes it really easy to deploy to pretty much any PC VR or Android VR headset super easily, access through laptops, tablets, phones, or anything like that. And here, of course, one of the key things is to guarantee the ultra low data rates so that you don't need gigabit connections to the devices and ruin the network conditions at your company. And then, of course, latency is required so that you can enable normal VLAN use there. So, as said, I cannot prematurely show you things. So here, instead of showing the current customer cases of the Varjo Reality Cloud with our alpha customers, here is a demonstration from, I think, beginning of this year, together with Autodesk, on a very similar type of setup system in a garage. Again, showing the different types of devices in use, heterogeneous compute for the clients, and then cloud compute for the actual visuals. joining both mixed reality side here locally. So the camera feed is staying on the tablets or on the XR3 connected PC, and then only the virtual things are calculated on the cloud. Good, but the alphas are ongoing. The response is incredibly positive, and we are really solving exactly the key problems that we have been striking out to solve with the Varjo Reality Cloud. So we're super happy on that one. Moving to a more wider range of companies now gradually, once we are more confident that things are nicely in place. You could call it beta. I don't think that we will actually call it beta. It's just a continuation of the alphas, but it's a progression. And we're simultaneously securing, obviously, the global server infrastructure and preparing for this to actually become a product. When, well, no comments on that one, but you get the gist that we typically run the alphas for a few months and then plan for the actual rollout. So no commitments, but sooner than later as a product to the market. We do also feel that this is the first actually scalable cloud rendering solution product that comes with really all the enablers to turn it into a turnkey solution. Good, then talking a bit on the Varjo Teleport. So the teleportation beyond the Varjo Teleport VR and our grander vision of it. So fully immersive live presence on the other side of the globe, traveling without moving, reducing the business travel needs, enabling both perception of the place and the people and the machines or anything which is happening in there, real time, the same way as if you were there yourself, with, of course, caveat on the time zone. So you cannot shortcut that one. It's simultaneously hindrance and opportunity. So sometimes you might need to actually work at awkward hours to do a teleport session. At least you can do it from home as needed. And then, of course, teleportation does enable the opportunity to save sessions, save how it felt to actually be there, and you can then replay it to your colleagues at a later point, and they get a very similar experience. And again, like experience being one of the key points here, that when you use a true teleportation that, for example, we are developing, it feels that you're experiencing that other side and not just looking at it through a small window on your monitor screen. We also see opportunities in selectively teleporting parts of the real world into VR collaboration systems like Glue or the Varjo Teleport VR. So you could say that when we're doing our planning, keep this physical machine, which is there in China, keep it all the time visible to us in this collaboration session. And maybe we do something with it simultaneously. Then, of course, scanning places also in a static manner is super useful for collaboration purposes. And certainly whenever you decide to do something static versus dynamic, you can achieve even higher level of fidelity. And this is one of the areas that we're very interestingly looking at right now. But really, for the teleportation to make sense, you need to have a video call like latency. You cannot pass the boundaries of light speed, but you can stay as close to that one as possible. And when you actually do a teleportation, you can actually pay a bit of premium to the network operators in your path to guarantee that lower latency than even video call can actually be achieved, which is interesting. So the kind of use cases that we're now thinking, why I'm highlighting these, is that I'm ultra interested in any new ideas that either fit into these domains or fit outside of them. So opening the minds. So first of all, obviously meeting in the hybrid world is different than it used to be, both during COVID when everything was only done through Teams and Zooms, and the past when the meetings were done mainly face to face. Now, some of the people will be outside of the room, and some really still want to get that human connection. So how to actually make those happen in the hybrid world is one of our key connection points. Then ability to go survey, for example, your factories, your partners' locations, your suppliers' locations, your own offices in the other part of the world, keep connected to your colleagues in there, and so forth. It's a really wide domain overall, and again, like a significant amount of world business travel is focused to actually doing exactly this. So if you can do it virtually or through means of teleportation, it's a game changer. Also, a lot of ecological points of view onto that. Remote assistance review, partially related to these, but focused on actually solving real world issues as fast as possible. And then training and learning, which again, you can do differently when you can get people to be on the, for example, in this case, the Airbus assembly facility, where you couldn't take a classroom of people to be sitting or standing behind these people at the factory line for hours and hours on end. But you could do it live, keep it interactive, get people to also ask questions, or do it pre-recorded again, which is an extension that I feel to be part of the Teleport VR or Teleport functionalities, where you can kind of teleport also beyond time as well, experiencing the things after the fact. And with that, I hope I stayed roughly on time. So I thank you, and you can contact me at Twitter at my Konttori alias. And then if you have more use cases for Teleport, do contact me on my email at urho@varjo.com. And I'm very open to both short and longer discussions on topics, and as well as looking at early alpha opportunities, as we're now at the stage that we're able to actually test the things already end to end. So we're not at alpha yet, but gradually planning to that as well. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Urho, for the presentation. You guys are doing a lot of crazy stuff, and we can say we're all in awe of what Varjo Technologies has been capable of doing. And obviously, we've got a lot of interested people as well in the audience. So we have time for some Q&A. And I would also like to welcome Kim Härkönen. You may join me here on the stage as well, who is also from Varjo Technologies. So we have two people to ask questions from. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. It's a nice event, and yeah, super happy to be here, and especially showcasing the new Varjo Aero in the convention area A, southwest corner. Welcome.
So with our Q&A, as we have two people to ask from, we have a couple minutes time for this as well. So do we have any quick questions from the audience? Anybody who's brave enough to ask? Here, go ahead, sir. You'll get the microphone in just a second. And this is for Urho, I believe.
Hi, Ville Virtanen from Aalto University. Apple sells over 100 million AirPods headphones per year, and those all support spatial audio. So what's Varjo's take on spatial audio?
Spatial audio is super important, yet at the same time, it's in VR domain mostly a solved problem as long as you wear headphones on. You can always improve, but the majority of the spatial audio is in relatively good shape. Then you go to the next levels, which is like a acoustic simulation in the like a spatial areas, which is an area that you can put almost infinite amount of compute into as well, and you get iterative improvements, but to the layman's level, we have I would just say that it's a solved problem.
Do we have any other interested questions? I don't see any arms. Maybe somewhere in the distance. I'm not sure if there's any. We have one here. Go ahead.
Thanks, Urho. Great presentation. Wesker from Microsoft. You mentioned some of the technology advantages that you're looking for. From your personal perspective, what would be the smartphone thing that should happen to this industry? So if you roll back to 2007 when we got the iPhone introduced, and that was like the start of the real hockey stick. So from your personal perspective, what is needed to get that really to the mainstream?
I do think that these kind of like pancake lens optics are that thing. So it's the thing that allows these devices to become like useful in size. Then simultaneously, obviously, it's the content question. So when do we have that super interesting content for the masses to be consuming on? And for that one, we start to have more answers the bigger the scale becomes. And by the way, I would really like to be there myself, but I'm sick at the moment and now dosed sufficiently well to be able to speak, but not be present myself there. And as we have a panel in there, our chief technology officer, chief technologist, Krister Andre, will be there instead of me. So actually 3 people from Varjo over there.
All right, so as we only have just a minute, I'm going to ask one question to you, actually, Kim, for joining us as well. And any further questions right after this one, you are free to ask any questions from Kim. But Kim, what differences are there between VR3 and the Aero?
Yeah, they're both virtual reality headsets, obviously, but VR3 does have the 4 displays, so there is the high resolution, super high resolution area, which is, if you're like a training pilot, for example, compared to the Aero that has 2 displays, it's still super high quality, as I hope you all will join me and have a look. It's way more compact, the Aero. VR3 does have the hand tracking, which is then not applicable in Varjo Aero, because I think the main users, at least what I've seen and what I heard, I work in customer support, so they're the flight sim enthusiasts. And they're going crazy, as you might have seen in YouTube, so they love it. It's compact, so VR3 is more of a high-end business, and Varjo Aero is fun for everyone. Remember when Christmas is coming.
Thank you so much, Urho. Thank you so much, Kim. Let's give it a round of applause for these people.
Thank you.
All right, we have to go on with the show. Our schedule is we are running on a tight schedule here. The next one that we have coming up is from Raute RxEvent, and we have Tommi Palvimo coming in as the CEO at Wakeone. So please, let's give a round of applause for our next presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Tommi Palvimo from Wakeone, and I'm here to tell you a bit of a case study about a project that we created earlier this year. And thanks for Varjo for really interesting presentation. And we are getting there, as this case study of mine gives some perspective on what's the current situation on the adoption of XR technologies or concepts in the industry in general. And so what are steps to create actual virtual worlds like Varjo mentioned that in their presentation. So Wakeone is a software and a 3D design, 3D production company. We have 2 offices here in Helsinki and 1 in Tampere. We create a lot of XR related content and applications, but also sort of a traditional 3D content and then software development. The case study that I'm here to tell you a bit about is a case Raute RX. It's based on a virtual event which was held in May this year, and now actually this week there's another event which is part of this, how this concept is evolving forward. And So a few notes about what is Raute. Raute is a Finnish company, leader in veneer, plywood, and LVL technologies. So basically, they create veneer materials from wood, and this is really niche segment of industry. So this is a highly sophisticated market, and they're working globally there. Although the physical product that Raute machines are producing are physical machines, but their actual competences and their future is in the Industry 4.0 services and technology. So although the machines are huge physical objects, the actual beef on their offering is in the cloud, and it's in really sophisticated technologies, and this is where Raute is at its best, and it's a current world leader in this kind of technologies. So the challenge for this project and where we came along is like in many other projects and use cases during the past 2 years, is that because of COVID, all the major trade shows and expos were cancelled, and global audiences were distributed globally in their kitchens and bedrooms and home offices and whatever. So in this kind of industry, like what Raute is representing, the trade shows and expos are really important for them to create business and meet contact, and during the COVID period, it was really difficult for them to have these discussions going on, and so to ensure that the sales would go on, and of course the clients' productions would go on, they need to figure out new ways to market their offering and create business in digital world, and create new digital capabilities altogether to meet the demands after the sort of a post-COVID world. So marketing was the main goal for this project, and they were looking at a new drive and creative approach to communicate the future of Raute and the digitalization of their industry and Raute's role in it. And they wanted to create something new and immersive. Basically what it means that they wanted to create virtual worlds for their clients, which were all distributed globally in their bedrooms and home offices. So the task was there, and the challenge was that to create the best possible user experience altogether, and accessibility for the thousands of people distributed globally. It was really sort of a tough choice there. Those companies that are Raute's clients and target groups are organizations with really high cybersecurity policies, and many of them are in low bandwidth organization, meaning that their actual physical locations is somewhere in Siberia or in rural areas of Uruguay or something like that. So it was not expected that this audience would have access to 4G or 5G networks, and that they would be able to have a possibility to use VR headsets. So this was sort of the harsh reality that we were to made a sort of an immersive experience for people who were working with really sort of old school PC technology, basically like that. And there was a definite demand that all the content must be directly linked to the existing CMS systems, and Raute had a really big project going on with the marketing automations and marketing metrics and all that. So everything had to be linked directly to that pipeline to actually get the analytics of how these solutions would perform in terms of marketing and sales. The primary focus was, of course, there was this brand identity building, one major issue, but but the beef itself was the lead generation, lead collection, and boosting up sales during the COVID area times. And this solution should support a major virtual event held in May 2001. So this would be where this concept should be launched, and after that it should serve as a standalone online dynamics service for the later use. And I must say that one of the biggest tasks here was just to do this all from scratch in 3.5 months with a given budget. So this was quite a pickle, but really interesting one. And this screenshot is from our Miro board, where we had sort of other project going on because people were distributed in many different locations physically. So without Miro, this kind of a project which involves different companies and parties, new people who were strange to them each other earlier would be impossible without really good project management and project management tools. So our solution was, of course, our ambition and goal was to create something that everybody would be in a collaborate virtual world wearing Varjo headsets, but because the technical limitations that it would be impossible to distribute headsets for thousands of people, and they were in different locations, so it was impossible at that stage. But we wanted to create something that would give our client Raute, and especially their clients, a glimpse of what things would be in the future, and create an experience for them. So the solutions was. It was obvious that high accessibility requirements. It was clear that the VR headset route was not possible, and sort of everybody wanted to do that, but everybody knew that it's not something that could be achieved in the 3 months period. And also standalone applications were out of questions because of the high cybersecurity policies. It's impossible for the audience to install anything to their computers, and because of the demand for integration to the existing platforms, it was clear that a web-based, browser-based solution was the way to go. So the concept that we created was called RxMill, and I had a video here to show this concept, but I asked them technical stuff to remove it because to save some time, it's not important to demonstrate for you the web page which everybody can access, so you can find it online. But RxMill is it's a web service, web page basically, based on photorealistic 3D renderings of Raute's vision of the future. So we wanted to push special effort on the style and quality of the 3D graphics, because we wanted to actually create something that would tell the Raute brand to the visitors who were they had really low expectation level for the 3-dimensional graphics. So we wanted to create solutions that would actually tell something to them and create the impression that this is something new, and this actually gives us the glimpse of the future, what it would be to be Raute's, using Raute's machines. The navigation is based on 360 images, and all the content is linked to the existing CMS system, which is provided by Craftsman. And there was really high requirement of data collection from this solution, and that's why we created the architecture so that this would all integrate to the existing systems to meet the Raute is a public company, so there's really high cybersecurity policies and GDPR issues there. So we didn't want to make any risks considering those. We wanted to be as risk-free as possible with the architecture. So this is one screenshot from what it actually looks like when you open the content there, but this is all online, so you can check it from there. The visual style of the application is based on as I mentioned earlier, the vision of the future, and we did a special effort on the details on what are on the roadmap of Raute's sort of a product development, considering Industry 4.0 kind of solutions, autonomous machines and all that. So we wanted to tell this story as part of the visual style, so that people would actually see it, and then when they look deeply to the content, they understand that okay, this is what it's all about. And there's a few screenshots from the world that we created. Okay, and we wanted to create everything so that everything is widely used after this launch and outside of this RX mill. So we created everything so that we can produce a lot of 3D animations, 3D stuff from this content. But during the event, RxEvent was held in end of May, so it was virtual event. There was thousands of people joining that event globally. It was held for 2 days because of time difference, different time zones. People were participating from the west coast of South America and from the Siberia, so it was not possible to create one event to have the sort of a real-time connection with all the people. To that event, we used the 3D assets developed for the RX mill to create Unreal Engine project for virtual studio, and because of that route, we were able to actually take one step closer to the real-time VR world without actually risking the usability of the solution. So we sort of nailed 2 flies with the same hit, so that we used the same graphics as the basis of the 360 navigation, but also for the Unreal Engine virtual setup. And Bright Group was the partner who provided the studio equipment, and it was really nicely working. We had live events hosted from this virtual studio, and it was really sort of combining these 2 worlds. It was really interesting. So what has happened since the event, which was 2 days in May? We can say that this whole project was really successful, and in the really niche and not that tech-savvy audience, the RX Mill web application was really well received, and this target group was really conservative. So they sort of anticipation for technical hassle is non-existent. So if it doesn't work when you go there, it would sort of drive audience away. So in that case, we really nailed this. And based on the analytics, we can say that this has exceeded the targets that we were putting for this project, and especially so that this works as a lead generation. So in terms of business case, this was really successful. And because we created sort of a concept that would live on and on, RX Mill is currently under constant development, and new features and adjustments are to be done almost constantly. A new version was released. If it's not live today, it will be live later this week, and it will sort of support the next virtual event. So there's a really nice concept going on there, and now all the adjustment is based on the user feedback and data. So this is not matter of opinion, not my opinion or anyone else's opinion. We are really data driven in terms of how the content is developing, and it has to bring actual business benefit. But it has proven to be really good in lead generation, and now this whole concept is working as the primary channel for Raute to tell about their current campaigns, considering their offering. In the future, we have sort of made the foundations for Raute to move themselves to the virtual world, and so these are the first steps there, and it has been really promising. the sort of a full-featured VR application is on the pipeline. But to be honest, it's depending on the user feedback and the technical development of the VR hardware in general when this will be relevant. So we have been testing things and so everything is sort of ready to deployment in that case. But how early and when the Raute's clients will actually use VR headsets in their daily business, that's something to look forward. But as Varjo's previous presentation told us, it's coming there, and I think it's coming quite soon. Okay, so it was of course a lot of companies in this project during this 3.5 month time. Special thanks to Raute, and a special thanks to Raute CMO Päivi Talonen. She put her reputation on the line here to actually create something new in such a short time. So it takes a lot of courage for her to move this fast in this kind of doing new stuff, but nobody was expecting what to get. So and then there was our team, and Krasman was on the website, sort of a back-end company. Bright was the Unreal Engine studio partner, and Nitro was creating a whole lot of really cool stuff considering Raute's marketing in general, and we sort of synced our plans with them to make a really coherent brand experience. Thank you. I have 15 seconds left, so time for Q&A.
All right, I'll join you on the stage as well. Thank you for the presentation. Can we get another applause for this for Tommi? So, time for our Q&A section, and obviously everybody there watching on YouTube and on Altspace, you are free to ask any questions at any time of the day, and I will be your link, so I will bring up any of your questions to our live audience and obviously our presenter as well. But do we have anything from our live audience? Yes, we do. There's an arm risen up. So where is our microphone? Where's our microphone? Somewhere. Maybe. Just a tiny second. And we'll get our microphone to you. Tänne oli.
Thank you. It's an amazing presentation, an amazing solution, especially from this point of view, that you worked with conservative audiences and you created a solution for that conservative audiences. But right now I'd like to ask you a question for which you don't have data, a counterfactual. What would happen with these conservative audiences if they, first of all, would not have had these security concerns, and second, they could have had, not necessarily that they had, but they could have had access to VR technology? Would they have used and get to this event in a VR space, or they would have said, no, it's not for us?
Really good question, and that was something that we thought a lot, even if it's a what-if kind of a scenario. But I like to think that even if the audience is conservative, that it's possible to create such an ease of use sort of a native VR applications, and if they would have access to their personal VR headset, then I think they would have joined in an actual VR event and used this in VR. But because of COVID, I think especially in these kind of conservative organizations, the barrier to wear a headset which you don't know who has worked previously, it's a hygiene issue, and that's really something that I think in certain audiences will be a bit of a showstopper. So if they would have their personal VR headset, then I think that would be so that people would attend in VR event.
Thank you for the question. We don't have any other arms. We do have one here.
All right, Sakari Sodi from DC. I noted that you mentioned quite much the cyber security stuff. And that is also, we are in the medical industry there, and that is with a vital importance. But how about this XR stuff? Do you have any certification? And I noticed that there is a cybersecurity expert standing there. But what is the level of that? So, for example, if we would be using that in a medical operation room and sharing medical images out from there, what is the level? So this is not maybe for you, but I think maybe for all the industry.
Yeah, I think that there's a better, wiser persons here to answer that kind of question. But I know, for example, that Varjo has paid special attention on the actual hardware level cybersecurity. But in our case, in this kind of large open audiences, the biggest cybersecurity issue is the people who are using the computers, and so because of that, the organizations have really thick cybersecurity policies, so that if people are allowed to read their mail and fill their Excel, that's pretty much and browse certain web pages even. So basically their accessibility to use their computer is limited to that. And if you go any further from that, it requires the organization IT support to provide them assistance or some additional cyber security allowances, and that's really a showstopper in many cases. So that's sort of the baseline on what you have to take it as reality. But if this would be so that, for example, this project would have been for R&D people who would probably use VR hardware on their daily work, then the use case would be completely different. That now we're talking about people who buy these kind of big machines. So there's salespeople and marketing people, so they are not that familiar with this kind of technologies.
All right, do you know what is the current level of cybersecurity in the XR space?
No, I'm afraid I don't have any answer to that.
And any violence against the GDPR? I haven't heard, but have you or anybody?
No, I don't have any sort of a GDPR linked, especially XR kind of stuff. Though GDPR is really tight, and so it's the idea killer basically. You have a wild ideas on what should be done, and then you face the reality, and it sort of tells you what to do.
Maybe, but that may be one idea if you get a lecture about security in XR world. So this is, I think.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Yes, because everybody is tackling with that. No, I think nobody has the perfect solution, and it's a little bit hovering on the air as such.
Thank you for the question. I think even though you said there are a lot of experts around here to answer better, I think you handled the question really well. I just have to commend you for that. I wanted to ask one question from myself and also one from the YouTube chat. Instead of a separate VR application, have you considered utilizing the same browser-based environment with WebVR or webAR to allow user to choose whichever device they like?
Yes, we've done a lot of those kind of project and especially experiments, but because these people in this particular target audience, it's not relevant for them to know if it's actual real-time graphics or is it pre-rendered images. They see the appealing visual style, so we sort of cut corners there and make it easier for us to develop photorealistic environments instead of trying to make that photorealism work in webXR or other sort of a browser-based real-time systems.
All right. And as a follow-up to this, from our YouTube chat, we have a question going as follows. How easily the technology created for Raute could be reused for another similar project? Which parts would require most work if done again?
If we would sort of get the overall sort of be the leader in the project, there would be a lot of stuff to reuse, but so I would sort of rethink the concept based on the user feedback that what we created here. But as I mentioned, this was really, we nailed the target that were sort of put for this project, so it was a success in that terms. But of course, when you create something new for completely new audience, completely new company, you cannot be 100% sure what it's going to be and how it's going to work. And of course, now Raute has a lot more experience of this kind of stuff, and especially their audience has a lot more experience. So there's a good foundation to create something new. I'm sure that during the next few years, there's going to be requirement to reinvent this kind of stuff. So this, as we all know, the industry moves really fast paced. So what is cool stuff tomorrow or impossible tomorrow might be our everyday task in 3 months. So
very true.
Maybe 6 months.
Very true. There's a lot we can learn from you, but let's give it up for Tommi Palvimo. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, our lovely audience, have you been enjoying yourselves today? Is that at least a little bit, because we have a lot more to come today, and I would like to mention that this is our final before the lunch break, and after that we have a lot more in store, so get yourselves energized during that break. But before we head into the break, I also reminder to all of our viewers out there on YouTube and Altspace, do check out the Altspace rooms as well, and obviously our partner worlds as well, and you will be seeing the code during the break, so if you haven't still found it out, don't worry, we got you covered. And also, obviously, do check out the website matchxrhelsinki.com for any further information that is required. But before we head to the break, we will go and watch a recorded interview, and we also have a Q&A this time for the interview, because we have one of the people from VRKiwi and MeKiwi here today, and that is Merih Arikkök. But let's listen to the recorded interview by VRKiwi and MeKiwi.
Hello, MatchXR. Right now we are in the Cavedigger 2 virtual space in AltspaceVR, and I'm here with lovely folks from MeKiwi. Could you introduce yourselves?
Hello, my name is Begüm, and I am marketing director of MeKiwi/VRKiwi.
Everyone, name is Merih Arikkök, XR account manager from MeKiwi. I help businesses find their XR needs and realize their ideas into functional XR projects such as VR trainings, simulations, and AR marketing campaigns.
So, how has your personal journey with XR looked like?
Mine actually started in 2015 or 16. My friend in Istanbul, first time he made me try headsets, and I finished like a simulation in a room with robots and stuff. It was my first time to try virtual reality.
How about this awesome Cavedigger 2 space? Can you tell me more about this?
We are standing in Cavedigger 2 universe, one of the caves inside of the game. The game is in early access at the moment in Steam, and in 2022 we are going to be fully releasing in Q1. It's a sequel game of Cavedigger 1 that's been published in 2018 with 200,000 sold units. So it's going to be the biggest VR production coming from Finland next year, and we are super proud about it.
And VRKiwi and MeKiwi, can you tell me more about the companies that you work under?
I'll go for MeKiwi.
Yeah.
I said earlier, I'm responsible for B2B relations and B2B XR projects. So MeKiwi is an XR development house in Finland with solutions that focus on tailor-made immersive XR applications for business clients. Under our VRKiwi brand, also we develop and publish VR games such as the successful Cave Digger. You can give more information on that. On the other hand, XR staff trainings, simulations, games, as well as mobile AR campaigns like product demonstrations, event invitations, AR guides, 360 material are all in the area of MeKiwi's expertise. So basically, if you have an idea, we help you make it a reality.
And in the studio part, we are biggest VR game development and publishing studio from Finland. We have the biggest team that is fully dedicated on VR games making. And we are not only making our own games, we are also, if you have a game idea, we can develop it for you. If you have already made game, we can port it to all the VR platforms that you can imagine for you. And if you are happy with everything, but you just need extra visibility in a very niche subject, such as VR game marketing, we can also help you with that.
And how about the projects? What projects have you worked on so far?
For the business XR side, we have worked on a couple of multiple interesting projects. Also, I'm proud to say that at MeKiwi, we are always doing the stuff as first. So for example, the first security training in VR, let's say, and first mixed reality experience in Finland that has ever done. We have, for example, that was an interesting case, and the whole crew from MeKiwi were fully interested and excited to do it, was the winter war simulations that we did last year, and this year we did Operaatio Suentas, based on still the Finnish winter war, and it's a mixed reality experience. We used Varjo's latest headset XR3. Also, we included a physical Suomi Konepistooli there, KP31. So basically, the user can experience the winter war situation using a physical artifact in virtual world. It was really cool to work with. On the other hand, we have done AR marketing campaigns, and we have done simulations, security trainings, and it has gone well so far. And we have also a lot of other stuff in the oven, but I cannot talk about them yet because they are not released by the clients. You'll notice them.
Awesome. And basically, we have our own games that we made, such as Cave Digger 1, Art Pulse, and Cave Digger 2. And we are publishing great games such as Crystal Raiders and VR Pigeons and Time Patrol. And we have one more game that we are going to announce later. So it's another from me. But as Merih said, you are going to notice.
I should definitely mention XR Marine Oy, XR Marine Limited, that we have done for them. I could say Europe's first motorboat simulation. You are going to hear about it a lot also because they are marketing it as well.
So, why are you as a company working with XR?
We are basically innovators, and we would like to, as I said earlier, we would like to work with projects that are first in our area. And XR has long been in the development. For example, about, as everybody would probably know, about in 2015, let's say, it was still mentioned as an emerging technology, but it was still not there yet. Then our company decided to be, spending time and effort and resources on this, seeing that, okay, this is the time that it's developing and this is the time that it's going to go somewhere. And especially major companies producing their own headsets, and then VR headsets becoming more technological, more advanced with more affordable and reachable costs, standalone headsets, of course, this has taken some speed.
And in gaming side, we were like expecting this opportunity, and once we understood the future of gaming is going to include so many different platforms, and it's going to evolve and become some kind of like a wearable entertainment. So this is how we started in 2017 to develop our first VR game, and now we are seeing that it's becoming a giant metaverse where you can be connected, and now we are seeing how great investment it was, because we are here today talking inside of a game environment in virtual reality, and I can express myself to you, and I think that is breathtaking, the point where we came at the moment. And before it goes mainstream, being able to experience this, it was, I feel privileged.
And what do you think is the best thing about working with XR?
Apart from the fact that like you always get wow moments from your friends when you show them like what you're working on. I mean, you produce stuff with leading technology, which amazes people and which saves time, effort, and money in business activities. I think that's rewarding.
And from my side, I think the funniest part is explaining your parents and your friends that you are getting your salary by playing games and marketing games that is not even in this reality. It's in another world, and every time you have new like tools, new headsets, I am like trying them with my parents too when I visit them, and seeing their like expressions. It's amazing, because there are so many generation difference between us, and also seeing them witnessing to this, like where we are with the technology, it's also very entertaining for me. I'm a cruel doubter, I guess.
How about the challenges? What do you feel are the biggest challenges of working with XR right now?
Biggest challenge I think is that it's still a new technology. So your typical potential customer or user does not necessarily know all the details about XR, what you can do with it, and how you can use it. So I would say my biggest challenge is that first I need to train the customer.
Yeah.
Make them understand XR is and what you can do with it.
If you could collaborate on a project with anyone in the world, who would that be for you?
Probably everybody here knows about Kustok, Oulu. I guess it's the
Yes.
largest music festival in northern Finland. So I would love to collaborate with them actually. I would like to work with Kustok people to build a virtual Kustok area, replicate the festival area, and have people mingle there and put their like live video feeds. People can also join the festival from their homes. It's like the Burning Man VR, but the Finnish version. It would be really cool.
For me, I would like to collaborate with, like, I'm thinking about like smaller scale. I think VR is like very interesting and new place where you can like create your avatar and try to become who you are in virtual worlds too. So it's great to play air guitar. So in Oulu since 1992 in Finland, they are making air guitar like tournament worldwide. It is very famous. So if they can't bring people here, why not to make it in virtual reality and like rock?
It's a cool idea.
What would be your dream project to work on?
I would like to work something about space and do something that has been never done before by using my, I don't know, virtual twin or some kind of like XR related solution that is going to be tried for the first time.
So we have developed a prototype called Histology XR, which its video plays on one of the screens we have around. So what I would love to do is that to work on Histology XR with a pharmaceutical company to develop it further. What Histology XR does is that it helps medical staff and medical students and also doctors study bioimage samples in virtual reality using various XR3 headsets. And since it is still in prototype phase, I think it's best that if we work with pharmaceutical company a global scale or a Finnish pharmaceutical company, take it further and commercialize it and put it into use of medical institutions and trainees, because it provides a great advantage over 2D images.
So, how do you guys see the future of this industry?
In a sentence, I would say it's bright. I believe in any kind of technology around the world, technology or solution to stick around is that the most important fact in that is you need to be able to make it affordable, easy to access, better. Basically, you need to offer something better for less. If you are able to do that, then you have a widespread adoption, I would say. I'm hoping and I believe that in the next 5 years, we are going to have significant developments in the XR industry, and we are going to have it all in our homes. That's promising.
Mm-hmm. And from my perspective, there is a buzzword nowadays. I bet every person who is into this extended realities and the immersive technologies heard about it, the Metaverse. It's not only like Facebook's new name, it is also a new world that everyone will take place in one way or another, their mobile device or VR headset or haptics, wearable suites, etc. So I think it's time to invest, and people already, like artists in general, they start to sell their products as NFTs in internet. So the way how we perceive being consumer, being gamer, being a business person is going to change so soon, and sooner or later people will have to contribute to that. So there will be 5G coming, and the devices can be connected to each other easily and to like faster, and these headsets won't be this heavy. So it's going to be so much easier to just jump into your like reality and study, work, create, invite your friends over, and be with your loved ones in the same environment.
So, where can people find you online?
You can find our dev blog where our developers writing their updates and how is it going with the development side as a blog, and meet our teammates in the website. If you are curious about our backgrounds and career path in general, you can be friends with us in LinkedIn. We are a very friendly team, looking forward to connect more people.
As for the MatchXR visitors, why should they visit your awesome space?
We have very friendly and curious staff that waiting you here and answering your questions. And we have so many great projects here showcased to inspire you and ignite your new business ideas so we can make them come true. And I have awesome things to show you upstairs. Wanna join me?
Okay, so we're upstairs now. What is all of this?
You are looking at all the tools and artifacts that you can see in Cave Digger 2, Dig Harder. So you can shoot your enemies, you can blow up the mines, and this hammer is very heavy. You should grab it with 2 hands. And you have shovel to dig harder, of course. And your pickaxe is a classic item from the first game as well. And now you have a gold pen and a backpack, and also this can help you to see behind the walls. But hey, This is not finished. Follow me. I will show you a video.
Strike that rock! Do it! Seize the bottom for the nation! Time is a circle and so are you! Mind that hole! Sell those...
Well, that was beautiful, wasn't it? Now, let me tell you the real deal around these lands. Bring your mates along with you, or head into the mines like a lone wolf. That's up to you, rookie. But don't cry for help when things turn south down there. The frontier ain't just about playing with the pickaxe anymore, newcomer. Gear up with your best tools and prepare for the journey ahead. Them there caves are bursting with riches, just waiting to be looted. Oh yes. Gold, jewels, and mystery are waiting for you down there. But beware and prepare for anything. The depths of the earth are home to treasure and danger alike. But we wouldn't be here if a bunch of bugs would be a problem, right? So, what do you think you're doing? Put those tools to good use. Maybe you'll find more than you bargained for. By the way, my name's Clayton. I seem to be a little disembodied right now. So I think I'll just tag along with you if you don't mind. Now get to swinging that pickaxe, rookie.
As promised, we do have the chance for a Q&A following up here with Cave Digger 2. And I would like to welcome on stage Merih, Arikkök.
Hi, everyone.
Thank you for being here. And I mean, all we can really say is, wow, just cool, really cool stuff. I don't know where to start, man.
Yes.
What was the idea behind Cave Digger 2? How long has this been in the making?
Actually, Cave Digger 1, I think the development took about a year, and the idea came from our Jani Kaipainen. Currently, he is our head of publishing. He is leading the publishing department. So he was on motor snow safari, and then he had an accident, and then he had this idea to make a game about like caves and looting and so on. And then once he told to the rest of the team about it, then they were like, okay, why not? Let's do it. And somehow it became the most successful Finnish VR game ever.
Yep, and I noticed it's on Steam as well.
Yes, it's released for early access. Everybody can download it on Steam, and then we are hoping to release it fully towards the end of this year.
Awesome. Now is the time for some audience questions, if we have any right now. If not, I have a couple prepared. Maybe I'll just leave you to think for just a tiny bit, and I'll ask you a couple more. Sure. So, Merih, you mentioned that the biggest challenge is to educate or introduce customers in XR. How would you do that?
How I do it, for example, what I do in general is that first I plant the idea in customers' heads. So first you need to find the need, because like people don't just, you know, one day wake up and say like, okay, let's do a VR simulation, VR training. You need to find their need, you need to make them understand their need, and then you need to improve the process. You can show them like, are you saving time? Are you making it easier for the employees to be trained, or are you increasing safety? And once this is done, okay, then the other side likes to, you know, see what you can do with it. Then comes the demos, like you guys have them here, like people can try, you know, Varjo AR and so on. So it's awesome. So physical experiencing is key, I think, for new customers or potential users to understand the benefits of XR.
One thing I did want to mention is do check out their partner world, which is also available today and tomorrow. So make sure you also drop by on Altspace to see what's available from you lads. how did you find your customers a few years ago, and how do you find them nowadays? Talk about
Nowadays,
planting
for
ideas.
example, yes, I'm sorry. A couple of years ago, what we would do is that we would just, write down ideas and then scan companies like, what can you improve in processes? So basically, the key point was like to make things easier and more cost-effective. Compared to previous years, what we do now, we have a lot of examples on our own at MeKiwi, but also, the whole industry is developing together. So it really helps us it helps all of us, because all of us have, more improved devices, different examples of how XR can be used, and you can just tell like, okay, that company has done this, and we can do something like that, or make an addition to it, or vice versa.
All right. Just taking a quick double check if we have any new thoughts, any questions from our live audience. No.
I think people are hungry, maybe.
It might be, might be true. We did get one question from YouTube chat, so from you people who have been asking, what would be your dream game to develop in VR? It can't be Cave Digger, but could it be something else?
Currently, I'm playing. Okay, it could be like advertising, so I'm not giving name, but at the moment I'm playing a VR game about aviation, World War I. So I think I would love to see World War II planes game for standalone headsets. I can play them without cables. That would be cool.
Sounds really cool. I can kind of visualize and think of the idea. I'm still a bit new to VR. I get a bit dizzy sometimes with the glasses, and flying on a plane in VR.
That's really
It might be a bit extreme, but really cool at the same time.
Yes, it's great.
We do have some students around, have been watching today. I think it's a good question to ask something for the students and the newcomers to the field. What do you think are the skills that are needed in the XR field?
Experimenting, I think. If a student likes to experiment things, then the journey has already started. At MeKiwi, for example, I can proudly say that most of our employees are either stakeholders at the same time or former interns. So if you come and start in this industry with the right spirit, then you make sure that you have a place in the coming years.
Thank you so much, Ari.
Thank you.
Let's get a round of applause.
Yes. Thanks, everyone.
Well, you guessed it. Now it's time for the lunch break. So if you're hungry, this is a moment to take a little break. We will be back in 30 minutes. So during this break on stream, there will be the AltSpace code for you to join in on AltSpace and check out the partner worlds that are available. And obviously the VR pavilion and the amphitheater, they're all available for you to check out. And obviously, if you don't have your account yet, this is a chance for you to make one. So on the website, there's a chance for you to go into developing your avatar. So matchxrhelsinki.com. I'll say that again, matchxrhelsinki.com. There will be everything you need to know, the frequently asked questions, if you feel like you're a little bit lost. So no worries about that. We got you covered. Anyway, time for a 30-minute break, and then we shall return again with Match XR 2021. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, everybody watching on YouTube, Altspace, and obviously our local crowd here as well, here at the Match Center here in Helsinki. We are halfway through the day. We still have a couple more great presentations and recordings coming and following up. And we also have a panel conversation coming up as well. So a lot of interesting stuff still up ahead. So I would like to call our local audience, people in the showroom, upstairs, maybe somewhere in the corridors, to rejoin back us in the main room where we shall continue. As the next one is a pretty interesting one. This is a two-part section as we're discussing about the metaverse. We're talking about the past, we're talking about the current, we're talking about the future, what is following up. And we have the person to come and talk about the metaverse, and it is Olli Sirén. So everybody, give a round of applause for Olli Sirén.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Olli Sirén. I come from the community of Miltton. Miltton is a consultancy working at the intersection of business and society. And I'm here to talk about why Metaverse as a concept interests us, why should it interest us, does it even interest us? And kind of like I would like to open open a discussion on the kind of socio-economic background on why on earth is all of this event, all the technologies and platforms presented here relevant to people in general. My friend last weekend at a dinner said something like this. He started to rant. And he started to rant along these lines. And now we have Facebook imposing this metaverse on us that absolutely no one wants. And in many ways, maybe there is point, and we can all see and we can all perceive and feel it in our bones that the digital developments of the last decade hasn't been only positive things, especially when looking from the big tech side. I argue that this position my friend took at that dinner party is not a unique one. Many people are wondering same kind of things at the moment, even from people who have backgrounds in Silicon Valley, startups and so forth, have been vocal about the dangers of, let's say, social media, for example. If this metaverse is just a continuum on that, why should we even welcome that development as a part of our lives? As an introduction to this short speech I'm about to make, I would like to go through a narrative that I wrote last summer. In some parts, it's already old-fashioned and antiqued because the space is moving so fast. But I would like to use it as an opener to what I'm about to speak. So let's begin. A developed understanding of inequality reminds different people that they should also have the right to share the cake of prosperity, freedom, and democracy. For those born and raised to believe that this cake should automatically belong to them, squeezing in to get a seat at the dessert table is getting more complicated than before. A social promise of a reliable succession of education, employment, gaining access to the middle class, and benefiting from social and economic progress is considered broken. These disappointed dreamers have the most powerful tools in history to organize and build their narratives, identities, and ideologies online. The growing sense of unfairness is powered by social augmentation on online platforms, leading to increasing phenomenal volatility.
In other words, people feel that they're having a hard time in an unfair world, and this dissatisfaction is extremely hard to contain. Before, individuals left areas of narrow opportunities searching for a better future, but where do you go if you're already living in a developed nation? Your skills are not needed elsewhere, and the cost of living in cities is prohibitive. We are experiencing migration in a world where there is only virtual room to maneuver. This exploration of freedom and prosperity has already affected our lives profoundly, and it will continue to do so for the foreseeable future. These disappointed dreamers are building their settlements online, and at the same time, our heating world is turning into blockchain-hardened metaverse. It's an exodus of sorts, and the old world needs to serve people better to keep them at bay. And because I'm utterly unable to give any coherent keynotes, I will backtrack to the first sentence, the idea and rant my friend made last weekend. Why would we want this metaverse to happen? I argue that a part of this opinion comes from the position of privilege. If we look around us, if we try to get the world around us, and for a white guy like me, it's that difficult task to embark on. But I try. If we try to get the world around us, one fair assessment is that the world is not fair place to everyone. It's not an equal place. Everyone does not have the equal possibilities of self-expression to accomplish professional things or personal things in this world. In fact, some people, some groups are actively pushed aside from the key places in the society. In this moment, Metaverse presents itself as a promise or possibility of freedom, of a place where you can be whatever you want, with whoever you want. You can express yourself in a totally another level than today. If I read correctly news some other day, was that last year, for example, was a very violent year from the point of view of violence against transgender people. If we look at what's making Instagram, for example, tick at the moment, and why we follow the influencers we follow and so forth, is that those arenas of visual expression have become platforms for us living and being. It's wonderful to see the journeys of influencers transitioning from let's say a more framed or more narrow perspective of their own identity to a larger one. That's why we follow them. We follow journeys. We follow other people's on their way to become something else. These, of course, are not new ideas. We can hark back to beginning of 90s, Donna Haraway's Cyborg Manifesto, for example, where Donna argued that true feminism will not be seen until we are freed from our physical spaces and bodies that dictate our beings. We can go to a more recent piece of feminist writing, the Xenofeminist Manifesto, just translated in Finnish, by the way. You can find it in zelda.fi in Finnish, depicting kind of like the freedoms, the digital realms around us pose and present for us, and our possibilities to express ourselves and being. And if we go even further, we go to the mid-1900s, And of course, here comes Marx. Marx in his fragments hinted at this idea of life, our lives being at the center of production. It's a big and lofty thought, I know. But if we look at the influencer economy of today, for example, in Instagram, that's it. People's lives at the center of production, now harnessed by Facebook, in this case, to bring in the audiences and to bring in the marketing, the ad money, social media ad money. So our lives have become and have positioned themselves at the center of production. Even at the kind of like a larger idea, many of our commercial decisions in our lives are motivated by us becoming something else. Let's say us getting married, or us founding a family, or anything. We are becoming something else, and that becoming is at the core of capitalistic production, hence Marx. And I think this case of social media and Instagram kind of like makes very living and relevant argument even in this age. Okay, what does it have to do with anything we're experiencing here? And for example, there at the demo room, we are seeing different kind of XR solutions presenting us with possibilities for existing in virtual spaces. For example, doing B2B meetings in virtual spaces and so forth. I firmly believe that the technological developments only are not going to be enough to drive the metaverse into existence. If these spaces, if these methods and technologies do not help us becoming more, becoming different, gaining new freedoms and possibilities, people are not going to start using them. For me, and I try to make a technology analog here, but many of you are maybe familiar with the history of electronic music. And the drum machine, the Roland 303, for example, or 808, are at the center of electronic music and electronic music culture. Few people know that these drum machines were originally designed at their very first iterations to be kind of like synthetic bass players for waltz and dance bands in kind of like the old dance culture. And it took several years and whole another set of audiences to find these technologies and start using these technologies incorrectly. Taking these bass player synthesizing machines and turning into the drum machines of the gay clubs in, let's say, Chicago. Metaverse will not become a reality until the wrong people will find these technologies and start using them in wrong ways. B2B sales usage won't be enough to ignite the metaverse transition culturally or even economically as a relevant thing. There needs to be the subcultures, the people who now do not have the freedoms they ought to have, finding these platforms and gaining new perspectives on what they can be and where we are going with our identities. I think here we have to take a hard look on ourselves and the metaverse transition and ask if we are providing these audiences and us as individuals with the tools to express ourselves more fully. If we look at, for example, the avatars or the spaces and the our ways to modify the experiences and the spaces and our identities, we still fall short. Another perspective to look the whole metaverse transition is economical. I see metaverse transition as being kind of like this two-sided coin. We have the digital technologies developing, internet developing into being more immersive and experiential. But at the same time, we have decentralized economy giving us tools to actually invest in items and objects and organizations living inherently and native to metaverse. And these two sides of the coin are extremely important for this transition to actually come to fruition at any point. If let's look around here at this physical space where we are at the moment. We take these spaces for granted, but these spaces around us every day are regulated. And through this regulation or framework, we can, for example, own a chair, or we can invest in a college, or we can invest in our surroundings. We can invest in interior design. We can invest in organizations and so forth. We can put our time. It's worthwhile to put our time and money into something. If we can't consolidate and keep ownership in metaverse, in these digital realms where we're building, we can't. It's not feasible, and it's hard to argument for putting years of your time to build, let's say, a building or a space in metaverse, or for example, investing in a digital apparel brand, for example, that predominantly would function in these digital realms across different gaming platforms and so forth. So this economical plumbing, let's say, sort of to frame it so, is necessary for this experiential side to grow even further and to develop even further. Thus, it's also very, we should take a hard look also on the economical structures that we now use to build the metaverse. Many of these, maybe some of these companies are VC-backed, are sort of living economically still in this world, while there maybe should be more efforts to utilize NFTs and different protocols and different economical networks now that are now being built in the crypto and decentralized economy to their benefit. So I ask you and I encourage you to perceive metaverse not only as a sort of a question of when do we have these experiences and are these glasses good enough for this and that. Those glasses won't be good enough for this and that if there won't be the social kind of like energies flowing into that space, if there won't be the economical plumbing and economical structures making that the complexity, the digital complexity of metaverse possible, and only then can we sort of have a fully supported transition into something that we can describe fully as metaverse. That's one way to look at it. Of course, metaverse, as we all know who are here today, is a living concept. It can be looked and deciphered from different angles, all of us giving its own meaning. And that's why this moment in time is so super important. We have this opening. And if we leave it to only, let's say, meta ex-Facebook and such, we are actually giving away huge responsibilities and power in building our societies as well. We who like to think about Metaverse and are maybe excited about its possibilities and work with it, we don't only have the responsibility of building our technologies, but also translating what these technologies mean to different people, to make them to be tools to free ourselves and not to harness our, coming back to Marx, not to harness our becoming something, not to harness our lives to the benefit of capital markets. So we have social responsibility in what we do with Metaverse and how we interact and how we influence the now developing theme of Metaverse. I invite you to look 360 fully in a very non-clean way, in a dirty way to Metaverse and ask and work for it, freeing ourselves and benefiting us all. You too. Let's make it to be about freedom and not about harnessing our powers to something that we are not for and we don't want to be for. Thank you.
Thank you, Olli, for that presentation. And as now we have some basis for our panel, which is going to be starting in roughly 10 minutes. That means we have a bit of a breather in between to digest what we have just heard and get ourselves ready, because this next panel section will be an hour long. So prepare yourselves mentally, prepare yourselves for some interesting chatter, and we shall see you in roughly 10 minutes, so we're going to take a tiny break and we shall return with the panel for the future of Metaverse. Welcome back to Match XR 2021 as we continue with maybe the most anticipated and expected part of our day, which is the panel for the future of Metaverse. Obviously, we have a fantastic moderator for this, but before I call him on stage, I would like to remind our local audience, all of you handsome and beautiful people, to take a place, take a seat, and maybe lower down the volume by just a tiny bit, so we can get our show on the way. And obviously, all of you people on YouTube and Altspace, you are very welcome to participate as well, to follow what is going to show up, what's going to happen in this next panel. I would like to call on stage Petri Rajahalme. You may take your place here.
Thank you.
So, how are you doing? How are you doing, Petri?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Physically online.
I guess you could put it that way. We had a pretty good intro from Olli, which was the previous presentation about this incoming panel. What are we supposed to expect? What's going to show up? What's going to rise up in the course of this panel? What do you hope to see?
I don't know. We have 4 fantastic candidates here who could surprise me. Hopefully, would surprise me as well. But I think we'll just try to be kind of approaching the metaverse from kind of layman's terms, not too technical. Kind of feet steadily on the ground, but having a look from 10,000 feet about what is the metaverse and maybe taking a look at the future.
Well, you seem like a guy who's going to hold a tight package, and happy to have all of you people here as well. Have a good panel. I'm going to leave it to you, and a round of applause once more for our people.
All right. Happy to be here. First of all, audience participation. Before today, who had heard the term metaverse? Show of hands. All right, well, I guess you're a good crowd for this anyways. Who knows what the metaverse is?
I have no.
My next question was going to be, who knows definitively what the metaverse is? And if there's someone, I definitely want to talk to you. So I don't think anybody's been able to avoid the term the metaverse these past months. You have Mark Zuckerberg, who has been talking about the metaverse. He's going to put in 10 billion into the metaverse to build the metaverse in the next years. He's going to recruit 10,000 people, and what's positive for us, it's going to be in Europe that he's looking at that talent. He even changed the company name to Meta, so that shows his intention. You have Satya Nadella in the latest Microsoft Ignite talking about the B2B or the enterprise metaverse, as he calls it. You have Fortnite and Roblox building parts of the metaverse. You have NFTs selling for 69 million in reputable auction houses. You have everybody and their aunt investing in Dogecoin and all sorts of cryptocurrencies. Play to earn is a viable option. So there's just a ton happening here. And these, so what we want to address today is kind of what is the metaverse, when is the metaverse, how is the metaverse, and these are not questions that we're going to be able to answer, but we just want to address and kind of have a different opinion from different aspects of the industry. So let's do a first round of introductions. Just quickly introduce yourself, who you are, what you do. Let's start from the end, Vesku.
Hi guys, my name is Vesa-Matti Paananen, or people call me Vesku. I'm the tech lead here in Microsoft Finland, leading the team of a technology strategist and the architects, helping our partners to build cloud solutions and stuff.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Laura Olin. I'm COO at COO, which is a Helsinki-based virtual studio. We've been in the business for like 11 years now. And well, we are basically creating content for the metaverse, and I think that what Mark Zuckerberg just said helped us in like for the mainstream audience. It helped us to put everything in context what we do, because it didn't really change what we do. It just gave it a name. So yeah, so that's what we do at Zoan.
Yeah, my name is Chris. I'm the Chief Technologist at Varjo. I've been working with XR since 2012, and a kind of a mix between collaborative software and the hardware side of it.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Tommi Merelin, CEO of Immersive. At Immersive, we do spatial mapping and visual positioning for everyone, every device, everywhere. And that basically is the key building block of the metaverse. Yeah. And we've been around since 2015. We are part of the boring middle layer of the technology, but without us, there is no metaverse.
Great to have you here. Fantastic panel. So I thought we'd start off with warming up you guys first with quick fire questions. So these are sourced from my network. So quick yes and no answers or one word answers.
No, we are politicians.
I know you are. So let's go. So we'll always go from Vesko onwards here. Quick answers. Metaverse or metaverses in plural?
Metaverse.
Metaverse.
Metaverses.
Absolutely metaverses.
Okay, good. Metaverse already here or not happening for X years, and you can fill the X if you want to.
Already here.
Already here.
I agree, already here.
Already here. The spectators and the people visiting here on their VR goggles, they are in the metaverse.
They are there, yes. Metaverse, threat or opportunity?
Both.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes.
Both.
We just agree with you.
Scary, let's change.
Remember, you were supposed to surprise me also. The real metaverse will need head-worn devices, yes or no?
No.
No, no. I have to say no.
Yeah, no.
Long term, no.
VR, mass product in 2 years or 5 years?
Already mass production.
I'd say 2 years.
Out of those choices, 2 years.
Who cares?
I knew I could count on you, Anthony. AR glasses, everyone's eyewear in 2, 5, 10 years.
I wear contact.
Five.
Yeah, I would say 5 or more.
10.
Web3, the metaverse, same thing or different?
Same, but different.
I don't care.
It's connected, so it's difficult to answer.
They are connected, different.
NFTs, bubble or the real deal?
Who?
Eventually the real deal.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the real deal, especially when connected with the metaverse.
Absolutely.
Do you own crypto?
No.
Not yet.
Yes.
Trading stock.
Bored apes or punks?
Pardon?
Bored apes or punks?
Punks.
Bored apes.
I don't get the question.
I'm too old for this.
Unity or Unreal?
Yeah, everything goes.
Unreal for sure.
It depends on the task, really.
Unity.
All right. Good. Are we warmed up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. So I'm Petri Rajahalme, partner at FOV Ventures. We're a new pre-seed and seed stage investment company, VC fund investing in the metaverse, the builders of the metaverse in Europe. So together with my partner, we've been building our thesis for 12 to 16 months and around the metaverse, and we've been very happy to see our vision kind of fulfilling itself. So if we go kind of to the definitions of the metaverse first, so
We, for example, take a very loose approach to the definition of the metaverse. We take a lot of inspiration from the great essays that Matthew Ball has written. I recommend everybody have a read if you haven't already. He's kind of calling it the successor state of today's mobile internet, which I think is a good and loose definition of the metaverse. To us, it's kind of a stack of technologies from AR, VR, computer vision, machine learning, AI, 5G, blockchain, maturing in a state that we can kind of take ourselves from the 2D world into the 3D world. So let's start with the easy question. Laura, what is the metaverse for you?
Yeah, well, nice that I got the easy question first. As I said already in the introduction, it's very much connected to what we have been doing for years. So basically, 3D, immersive content and stuff like that. When I look at the metaverse from where I stand, which is mostly like dealing with our clients and trying to make sense of all this technology for them and helping them to buy their own, whether it be business metaverses or content that they can hopefully also, that later becomes part of a bigger metaverse. So it's both like very practical things. It's really on a practical level, it's up to stuff like should we use avatars here, or what kind of technology can we use? Do people need headsets to access this? It can be, for instance, a virtual event or a virtual space. These kind of like really practical questions. What can we do with the modern day technology? How can we offer it? But at the same time, if I think about metaverse and everything, like also referring to what Olli was saying in his presentation, so it opens us up like such like huge questions of like businesses, who's going to rule there, or is there going to be one company that rules? Tim Sweeney from Epic Games said in his interview that he believes that the company that gets 1 billion users for their metaverse first wins. But I personally hope that that's not even the name of the game, that somebody should win. I would hope to see something more decentralized. But that business aspect is one question. Then, of course, even if we go further, we can go to very like philosophical questions, like about like what are we talking about when we are talking about being in a metaverse? Like, is it? What is it? Is it our consciousness in the metaverse, or what the hell is happening? So your question is so big that I'm just trying to reach out to all the possible limits
very good
of it.
topics, and some I want to get back to.
Yeah, but these are the things I think when I think about metaverse, depending on the context.
Yeah. So as you said, you've been already operational for 11 years. You've been building awesome stuff on Unity, winning awards here and there.
Unreal.
Unreal, sorry.
I had to say that.
Of course. So you've been doing a lot of virtual like spaces for companies, but you've also been known for the concerts that you've been doing and stuff you've been doing in the cultural space and concerts for IVG or Nightwish. So yesterday I had the opportunity to actually go in real life to the stadium to unfortunately see Finland lose in a football game. But I have to say, after 18 months, it felt pretty good to be there. The ambiance and the camaraderie, it was fantastic. But what do you see in a cultural like setting? What could the metaverse offer to this kind of an experience, or in kind of like the concert space where you've been already operational?
Well, I think that these both things are going to coexist. Like we have like audiobooks and we have physical books and electronic books, so there is something for everyone regarding concerts or entertainment or so on. So yeah, that's true that the pandemic gave us a perfect opportunity to start exploring those virtual events and concerts because nothing else was possible. And I believe, and it seems like based on the discussions we've had with our clients, that the world has changed permanently, so that even though there is like a physical event going on, so people will sort of expect that there's a parallel virtual event that they can join if they cannot be there.
Like here.
Like here, exactly. So in that sense, we have already come a few steps forward to the metaverse. But then again, I think we are, unfortunately, everyone in this room is too old to sort of really understand how, for instance, my friend who has a 12-year-old daughter was just explaining how she wanted to spend all her money in the concert of Ariana Grande in Fortnite and all the merchandise and whatever. And to be able to live that kind of life where you are like natively a metaverse user and your life is actually mostly happening there. I think that train or that ship has sailed for us like a long time ago. So I think that the new generation will be experiencing the future in a totally different way than we are.
I agree. Going to you, Vesku, what is the metaverse for you?
It's a big thing. It's huge. It's bigger than life. And to make it a bit simpler to understand and think about, I think it's a space. It's a space where real world and virtual world, they blend together. From technology perspective, we are bringing compute into the real world, and at the same time, we are bringing the real world into computing. And I think it's said there that virtual spaces don't exist, it's created. When we create the space, it's not a vacuum, it will be filled. And this is what we have heard this morning, many examples of how it will be filled. And we don't know how it will happen, but we know that there can be punk people or they can be tight guys, and it's a big cultural thing. Yeah. So I've been living in the early 90s, the dawn of the internet, and it was mind-blowing. But nobody really understood what will happen. Yeah. We need the technology and stuff enabling things there, but at the end of the day, what Olli just discussed, that was a really good stuff, because we need the economy and culture and all these things, all the aspects of life coming in there. Yeah. But for me, it's a space. It's like a canvas that you can draw. Yeah, that's a really good way to look at it. And people have intuitively thought about the metaverse firstly as kind of gaming or the entertainment side, and not necessarily link Microsoft to the metaverse intuitively. But actually, when you look at your offering, you have the HoloLens, there's the Kinect, there's AltspaceVR. So actually, and what Satya Nadella was saying about reinforcing the fact that you are kind of building the enterprise metaverse, but looking at your offering, I guess we should see you as pioneers of the metaverse. Yeah, we've been doing that for years. Alex Kidman said that we've been working with metaverse 12 years, but we don't either know what it will be. We are as clueless as everybody in this room. We are trying. We have some assets in enterprise side like Teams. Of course, it's a place of collaboration and hub for working together. We will bring that into the metaverse, whatever it will mean. That's natural. We are the platform provider, so we do the platform. We want to have the most comprehensive cloud platform that will enable metaverse for our partners to build on top of that. So we have to bring the security, identity, governance, all these kind of also boring stuff there, but to make it safe. And Olli did not touch really the who will regulate this thing, and that's a big question. Yeah. And we see that we know that metaverse will not happen without cloud. Technically, and also there are many reasons for that. And there's a big debate what's going on with the public cloud, for example, and what's going on there, and who owns the data, all these kind of things. We have to solve these. And I really hope that in European Union we are the forerunners, even though I'm representing here an American company. But and in the European Union, I would like to see that Finland is really the forerunner building these things. If you think about the early days of the mobility, We had a great cooperation between regulators, operators, content providers. We built the economy. I was there building the first ringtones, and we wanted that to still day one it to be the real mobile commerce where everybody got their share, copyrights, and everybody was handled properly and so on. So I'm really happy to be here to see all you building this cool stuff. And I promise that we will provide the platform for you. That's what we do.
We'll keep you to your promise.
Yeah. Challenge me.
Chris, what is the metaverse for you?
Well, I can 100% see the perspective of seeing it as something really big and intangible and so on, but I in some ways see it as something very small and simple as well. It's just a way to extend yourself beyond your physical limitations. And any tool that provides that will in various ways connect you with the metaverse. So it's not necessarily a place like connecting into the matrix and just being in a coma and experiencing something that doesn't have a connection to real life. So I think it begins with small things that improve your day-to-day life or tasks that you're doing or meeting your friends wherever in the world. So it's beyond your physical location and time, basically.
Yeah. If I understood correctly, you've been working with VR and headsets. You've been building headsets since the very early days, like prototyping at Dimension 10, and then now with Varjo, you're building the kind of the frontier edge of VR headsets.
Yeah.
Talk to us a little bit about the evolution you've seen in the VR aspect of the metaverse and how it relates in Varjo to the metaverse.
Yeah, just to be clear, I made some headset prototypes in 2012 that I was just waiting for VR to become a thing, and it never happened.
I've seen them.
Yeah, so it ended up being just that, and from then on, I started making software for it because I had a headset that I had made, and no software, of course, no developers had made something for a headset that I had built, and that started out as a simple multiplayer entertainment platform where we're supposed to look at videos together and so on. But very early on, just for fun, I added hand tracking and some objects that you could look at, and just the communication level that I experienced by being able to point at specific things on an object just started to get the ideas rolling pretty quickly in how powerful this is for communication. And we've also been slightly into, I built a human-sized 3D scanner that could make photorealistic avatars. So we were very early on trying to get like the avatar in VR needs to really look like you. But we abandoned that because of Uncanny Valley and so on. We're just going to revisit that once all of that, the whole technology stack is there to make yourself look like you, if you want to at least. But yeah, for many years, most of our focus has been on the software side on the AAC industry, because they very naturally could see a lot of the benefits from looking at potential project, discussing multiple disciplines and so on. And now that we are working, we got acquired by Varjo, and now we're kind of working with merging that whole future goal of basically augmenting anything, streaming the real world, any use case, getting assistance from someone, or just visiting your family, or whatever you want to do, just providing the tools to make that as a smooth a process as possible, basically.
Yeah. Anthony, what is the metaverse for you? Maybe I'll take the abstraction level a little bit higher, as I'm a simple guy and technology is not my strongest parts. But to me, metaverse is really, it's location, not a location, but location where you can basically experience present time, past, future, and the imagination. But that means that you have to be able to connect there virtually, but also you have to be able to enjoy it physically, be there online. As you said, you went yesterday to see the football game. There is no replacement for feeling the November rain on top of you. You can't do that in VR. You have to be there on place, on site. But then what you missed there, which is not widely used, which we also published a press release just a few days ago with a Japanese company Rakuten, that you can follow on AR the game and get statistics, follow the players on your smart glasses or on your device, and then also get richer experience there. And maybe in future you have something built into your eyes, which then I believe is the real metaverse.
Right. So Immersal works, and you've worked with the fusion of the digital space and the physical space. You're kind of the middle layer there. So is Immersal actually the metaverse?
No, we are not the metaverse, but it's a good question. We are a building block. With the participants here today, they are participating in the metaverse. As I said, it's a location, or this is a metaverse location. But to create an experience, I don't see anyone here wearing any AR glasses or looking at the space here with their smartphones through the lens of an AR experience, because there is nothing built here. Because also the place has not been yet mapped. Okay, I mapped the space here before we came. It took me 1 minute, and that's basically giving you an understanding what kind of time frames we are talking about. AR enabling the physical spaces, which is then the next step on the enablement of metaverse in any place, anywhere. But one thing I wanted to comment also, there was a question, is there a metaverse or metaverses? There's never going to be a metaverse, because you can think about, for example, a simple example, a power plant. Let's say it's a nuclear power plant, and they need a metaverse there to train their operators, to let the maintenance people get in there and have the safe guidance to the location. Will they share the metaverse? It is one part of the metaverse. It's a private metaverse, and there's going to be multitude of these private metaverses, and how they connect together is then another story. And will they connect together?
Yeah. So I wanted to go back to one of the questions in the quickfire round, threat or opportunity. Some of you said both. Some of you said that it's a great opportunity. I'll take it to a kind of philosophical level. We're going to spend more and more time in these virtual worlds. It's inevitable. But is the metaverse needed? Or I think you said it's both a threat and an opportunity. And like some people are scared that their kids are just going to be spending all of their time in virtual worlds, and it's not going to be good for them. So from a kind of philosophical point of view, I'd just like to hear your points of view on this threat or opportunity side.
Very briefly, it's like any technology can be used for good or bad. And currently we have very vivid conversation happening in many countries around AI, artificial intelligence. What it will be, what it mean to have a responsible AI, and that's not an easy thing. And for example, in Microsoft, we have the whole processes around that. When we are building something, it is a RAI, like we call it. So any technology, you mentioned nuclear power, good or bad, internet, good or bad. So it has both. And of course, my cup is always half full. So I would like to say it, and I strongly believe that it's a good thing. So there's more opportunities than threat. That's why we should go there. But then we come, in fact, very practical things at how we should regulate it, who should regulate it, and all the ethics inside the metaverse. And it's there today. If you think about this next version of internet, mobile internet, whatever it is, the same same things will follow you there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think what Olli was saying about how we're going to build the metaverse, it's a lot about that. There's huge opportunities to just be a democratic metaverse, an open metaverse, open to everybody and equal to everybody. Laura, I think you probably, you said you had kind of encounters with people who are not technical at all, and they kind of understand, well, everybody's talking about the metaverse, but what is this? And they can be a bit scared of the metaverse.
Yeah, and all this like technical stuff around it, of course, because most people are not very, I think we who are here know a whole lot more about metaverse than a normal person you meet on the street. But I think that's why it's really important that we talk about it about like on a very concrete level, that it's sort of like is already here. It's nothing like that Facebook is just gonna like splash at our face and take our privacy away if it hasn't already, or stuff like that. But it's more like that. It's a bit like, you know, when I was at high school and the internet came, and then, you know, they used to have these like computer classrooms in high schools back in the days, and then you would like to, you know, there was always those geeky guys that would be sitting there and doing stuff with the internet, and then me as like a not so geeky would like just go and try to approach them and be a little apologetic that I'm just writing my Word document here and I don't really get much about this internet stuff. So I wouldn't like to have anything like that in this society, but rather than anyone who's interested about this and understand already like what kind of impact the internet or social media has had on us on a general level. So I think that I hope we will be able to make these things very concrete and not so frightening without, of course, forgetting the regulation and that kind of important stuff. But like the mothers I speak with are like afraid that, oh my God, if I buy this VR headset, I will never see my kids again because they will be like, I will lose them in some sort of a virtual world. But that it wouldn't be like that. Of course, it's only max 2 hours per day, and then eventually, maybe when they have moved away to college, you might have your own virtual headset and meet them somewhere in the metaverse, and then it would actually make you guys to connect rather than tearing you apart.
I think with VR, there's still the natural restriction of you can't really have a headset on for more than 2 hours before you have a headache or a
probably.
A slit in your head. But how will the metaverse manifest itself to the everyday people?
I think, as I also said already, and I think some of the others agree, that the metaverse is here. It's just a question of how deep we are in it and how much of the metaverse functions and features we are using. It's like the internet. It's just gradually creeping around us, and it's upon us and upon the legislators also, is it going to be a threat or an opportunity? Yeah. But we can't avoid it. It is here to stay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that with metaverse, there are some things that like don't automatically make sense. Like for instance, the thing with the NFTs, that on the surface, it just looks crazy that some rich people are paying millions and millions of just some like, you know, a bunch of pixels somewhere. It doesn't make sense at all. But then if you dig deeper into that and understand a bit more about the logic behind it, why it exists, then it can also provide some benefits. You start to understand that, okay, actually, there might be something into this. This might have to do something with the future development, and it might also be a good thing. But I think that this is also like once more something that if you just see NFT and, oh, too hard, I don't understand, I'm going to understand that. So then you sort of don't get on board. Yeah. So just once again, getting back to this, we need to be more understandable.
Yeah.
There's one thing that I just realized a few weeks ago. With the internet, it came actually for information workers. Like most of us, I think all of us here are information workers. But when we look at now, where's the metaverse used? Many of those cases are actually with the field workers, the frontline workers as we call them. And this is pretty interesting because actually now those guys who are there next to repairing something or they have the assistant helping them, okay, we have a HoloLens stuff, we have the guides and things and blah, blah, yada, yada, yada. So actually it's coming from that front and not from the information workers like internet came. And I see this is super cool because actually those use cases are totally different. And now, okay, we are now discussing about how it will be consumerized, how it will be the everyday life. But the history is totally different there than with the internet.
I absolutely agree.
Yeah, that's great.
And it's cool.
It is cool. And maybe it's easy to see the return on investment if you don't have to deal with like moving like super big machinery or something or moving people from one continent to another. So of course, then when you talk about a normal marketing manager about Metaverse and whether their company should be present at Metaverse right now or not, that's a bit more like complex issue because they see that there are opportunities, but when is the right moment? What would it mean for us? Will our clients be there? There are a lot of questions.
Yeah, I think the B2B side is kind of, you could say that Teams is kind of the gateway drug to the metaverse. I mean, during during the pandemic, the lockdowns, everybody's been forced to use like virtual meeting tools, whether it's Google Meet or Teams or Zoom or whatever. But that kind of sets everybody in the same mind frame that this is the way to go. So, I mean, how will it manifest itself to everyday work life and the B2B environment? Now we are already kind of in a hybrid state. What could be the next evolution of it? You already mentioned the front, the workers on the front lines, so they are already deep into the metaverse, if you want to call it. But what's kind of the next iteration?
It's the sticky applications. Okay? It's the kind of applications that people want to use, and they see the value there. And as I had the example of this soccer game application in Japan. I think that's a great example of getting people to use, getting the soccer fans to use the metaverse. They don't realize that they are using it, and they don't need to realize it, because metaverse, again, is it's a buzzword, but it's mainly a buzzword among us in this room and in this virtual room we are talking about. But the users, they don't really care if it's metaverse or if they're just using an application that connects them to the real environment where they are. They don't care. It's the applications.
Yeah, like, I mean, with Varjo, I don't think any of the automotive industry workers who have tremendously benefited from collaborating on a 3D model of a car and not having to fly over or actually build the model and have everybody fly over there and work on it. They probably don't care if it's metaverse. They probably care more that it's convenient, it's return on investment, it's savings, it's good for the planet, less travel. You've also been working on this kind of teleportation software. So can you talk to us a little bit about what the view is on the Varjo Cloud Reality, is it called?
Yeah, so it basically is about removing as many barriers as possible to be able to communicate around something. So you had one example of being physically different places in the world, and that wraps around either having a 3D model of a car that someone is planning to build, and then having multiple people around that, or actually having a real-life physical object that someone is live streaming a point cloud or a volumetric video from, and having an engineer standing beside them and appearing to them, explaining how to fix something on the engine, for instance. And that needs to be as smooth of an experience as possible, because the market in tools, different tools for very specific tasks today is very fragmented. So you have to launch all of these hundreds of different tools and go to a different computer and put, like, it's very tasking to do right now. It's still giving benefits, but once you get to the point of, like, as easy as just picking up a phone and calling someone, you can just put the headset on, get someone else in there, and you're talking about whatever you want to share with that person. That has to happen around the cloud, and we have to have the right tools around with, like, almost like a one-click button, and you have a scan of the room, for instance. But when you get to that level, you're not just going to have the engineers that maybe saves $1 million by not having to travel to discover a problem. But I will add something to that while not having to travel is a great example, compared to video conferencing, which is great, you never have a situation where people is in one room and they say, hey, it's better to bring up our computers and talk through Teams. If they're in front of each other, they will talk to each other. But in XR and VR, people will still, in that room, go into VR together because it extends your abilities in so many ways. So it's not just a replacement for travel. It's augmenting a lot of other things as well.
I think that's a very important aspect. It's hard for us to bring AI into the physical world, but it's a non-brainer. It's super easy to do that in a virtual world. And in Finnish, I don't say tekoäly, I often say tukiäly, supporting intelligence for you. And this is, for example, we can translate easily the talk and stuff like that when we are meeting there. And infusing AI is a huge area. And that's a huge opportunity for anybody in this room, that what we could do there and for good, hopefully for good and not only for bad.
Just picking up on kind of tools and that infra, the picks and shovels. A lot of times people are talking about interoperability when it comes to the metaverse, meaning how can we ensure that in order to build the metaverse, we're actually able to have data in place in one place and then have it transferred to another, so it's not secluded and siloed into different tools and multiple metaverses. How, like, for you, for example, are you looking at this? I mean, yes, Mark Zuckerberg said all the right things in his keynote about privacy and then interoperability. He knows he can't build it himself.
Who wants to get back to this metaverse supporting Netscape 3.0 or newer? No Internet Explorer. You remember that stuff. Most of you remember that stuff. And it's not even that long time ago. So this is something that we as an industry, we have to be driving open APIs. For us, we build a Microsoft cloud, but it has to be open in every layer. And that's where we are aiming to. And it also relates then to the regulation and these questions, who owns the data, where is your data, all that kind of stuff. But really we have to drive the openness. And I think, hopefully the industry has learned from the past. That is at least the work that we are doing.
Yeah, I would say just that in terms of like the industry itself learning, I'm 100% confident that everyone at Varjo just wants to make everyone's lives better and so on, and that's not a doubt for me. But still, there are so many things that I don't want to be left to individual companies to decide. So there definitely needs to be some sort of regulation based on all of the infinite power you have to read people's intentions and being able to affect how they think when you have brain-computer interfaces and you're measuring people's pupil dilation. And you know, there's so much damage you could do with that. So I don't trust individual companies to do the right thing there. We need better legislation, in my opinion.
Yeah, but there needs to be incentives also for the companies to say perform according to the regulation. So the regulation needs to be good. I don't know how to answer that, but setting up the regulation is not an easy task here.
No.
And open, maybe I can say one thing about openness also. One of the areas where we are working very strongly is obviously the spatial mapping and visual positioning and the map formats that we create. We provide the user the possibility, whoever they are, to basically share the maps and share the data that they have. But we also have seen it that many of our customers, they want to own the maps and the localizing capability. And it's understandable when we talk about, again, these nuclear power plants or some secure places. That's where they need to be secure. But we offer the maps to be open.
Yeah, I was just related to what Chris said about that no single company should rule that. Do you believe that it would be possible to have this sort of like a decentralized metaverses where there is like regulations that go above individual companies, that would rather be like a world where we are living now, that there are a lot of different kind of countries and then there are regulations, that it wouldn't be like that it's going to be either Facebook or Fortnite?
If we open up the panel or the talk to DAOs or decentralized autonomous organizations, I think we're going to lose half of our audience. So let's not go there. But just like building the metaverse and regulation, I mean, you have these big incumbents. Like we've all seen what Facebook or Meta is doing. Epic has billion in new money to build their view of the metaverse. Granted, Tim Sweeney is talking a lot about the open metaverse, but what's the chances of small startups from the Nordics building something meaningful in the metaverse? Is it
huge?
Yeah.
So we have these stories from the past, and it seems to me that every time the exit is bigger and bigger and bigger. So go for it. I'm getting maybe too old for that, but any youngsters there in the metaverse, just do it.
Yeah, I would say the chances are 100%. It's not even a question. Don't fall for the mistake of thinking someone is too big of a competitor. If Facebook had thought that when MySpace was the biggest, they wouldn't have tried either, because MySpace seemed to be unbeatable when they were like the largest social platform. So 100% chance for Nordic startups to do massive impacts.
Maybe I can say a word here, as Immersive was just acquired 4 months ago by Hexagon. I am very happy that they are a European company, Stockholm stock listed as their headquarters. But then again, to make it big, so we don't in Europe have the same kind of resources that, for example, we could have stock list ourselves and get the funding. There is still not enough risk funding to put into the highly risky.
We're trying to get there.
We're getting there. You will do that. But we were acquired. We didn't make an IPO.
Yeah.
But the opportunity, this is related to so many big things. And because we are now talking about virtual things, okay, there's also the real world blended in there. Exponential growth, it's evident.
Yeah.
And now it's a question that, okay, of course, everybody can have millions of good ideas after a few beers and stuff, but it's also a question about how to execute. And execution is the thing. And of course, in Finland, lack of maybe people, hard to hire new ones, and yada yada yada. I have heard that, but still, it's a global market. So now it's a question that how the Finnish idea can do the global domination.
The market is even more global now than what it was 18 months ago.
Yeah.
And one definition or statement about the metaverse is that it's the internet built by game developers. So Finland, this is your time to shine. We have plenty of game developers already here. So Microsoft, Finland played a big role in the development of the HoloLens. So what are your plans for Finland? What's your main activities? What are you looking at here in Finland specifically?
Okay, yeah, HoloLens has heritage here in Finland, but in general, why I'm working for Microsoft? It's a great platform, and my personally, my duty here is to bring as much as possible the money from the US to the Finnish partners. So basically, okay, HoloLens is just one thing. It's an endpoint. It's important that it's a nice technology, but we have partners. We have Varjo, we have plenty of partners. Microsoft is an open ecosystem. This is not your father's Microsoft anymore, by the way, for the elder people there maybe watching this. So building the ecosystem, cloud and edge. This is all about intelligent cloud and intelligent edge. Boom.
I think I saw that someone was trying to build an NFT around Clippy.
I remember that fellow.
Doğan, what's next? New concerts, new virtual spaces for the B2B space. What's exciting you right now?
Yeah, well, currently, I think the most interesting thing is actually this B2B. We've been working with several large companies, also both in Finland and outside Finland, and we already have a few clients where we are sort of running their metaverse. It's like a small one, but it's something that they are willing to invest in and build on to use it for many purposes. In the beginning, it's mostly like marketing, events, stuff like that. But we can definitely see that there are a lot of stuff you could do with different kind of like virtual twins and stuff like that. So that's, I think, our number one thing at the moment. We haven't forgotten about the concerts either. I'm going to tell more about that later today. And then one big thing which I actually can mention, which we're gonna launch tomorrow, it's our virtual headquarters. So basically, the way of working is also changing, as we all know. And as we have like some guys who work in Australia or Japan or in the US, so we are now going towards to move our headquarters to virtual space instead of Helsinki. And there's going to be a launch tomorrow together actually with Varjo around this. So, and of course, still virtual Helsinki, for instance, discussions going on with them. What should we do with them? Should Helsinki actually own virtual Helsinki? We don't want to have that responsibility. So, you know, a lot of things going on, but I think that's like the focus at the moment.
Yeah, sounds exciting. I mean, South Korea has been very, very active, even on a governmental level, to build metaverse alliances locally, domestically. So, city of Helsinki, you should definitely have your eye on the ball here. So, Chris, Varjo tackled the battle for human eye resolution. What's the next frontier? What's the next big battle?
I would say it's like the combination of the tools that we're providing, both as local stuff you can install in your computer, but especially cloud services that just more or less expands the blank canvas that our customers or end users have to just make their own experiences, just provide the tools for someone to make it. That's going to be pretty important in the coming years, and we'll just keep providing hardware to achieve that, but the main point is as much freedom as possible to just tether the metaverse to the real world in different ways.
Yeah. Anthony, you've worked a lot with telcos and operators. What do you see the role and the significance of 5G and advanced networks in this space?
Telcos are desperately looking for the applications to push the edge cloud, the multiple access edge computing platforms, and AR is the perfect use case there because it requires the low latency, it benefits the high throughput in the bandwidth there. So we are working with several global telcos on creating the concept and creating the first POCs to deploy those, and this Rakuten example was also on their 5G network and working on their 5G MEC platforms.
Yeah. So just open to the floor. What kind of exciting companies are you seeing right now in this space, or maybe exciting use cases if you don't want to single out a company?
I think Urho made a good point earlier today that we need we need definitely more content. We need just people to do the content and get. You mentioned that this is a metaverse is a playground for game developers. It's not just the game developers. It's any content. People coming from the diversity. We have to get the full diversity of professionals building this. From not just the techie people or not just the gaming people. People coming from the different backgrounds, and that's the only way to have this to be inclusive, because that's something that I really want to see, more inclusive metaverse than the internet is now currently right now.
Yeah. I fully agree. More an example. In 2 weeks, there's going to be the Exterial, the fashion. Virtual fashion show or fashion conference where we are also helping to build that, and it's been so exciting to talk with the fashion people, like how to make fashion work in virtual reality, whether it will be like physical fashion that we bring to virtual reality or like native virtual fashion that you can buy apparels in a metaverse. So I think this is probably what you just said, that sort of introducing this to new people and getting them along. I think that's exactly what we need.
Yeah. Yeah. As I think you said, content is king, and I think you are in a happy position, Laura, developing the content, because that is where the pull is coming from the market. On the company side, which I see, and on the, let's say, territory side, I see Japan being extremely active. We are working there with several 5G operators and also content providers. And one content provider above many others is a company called Designium. You can find them in Twitter, like the Designium, on my understanding, so worth following.
Great. I'll go back to we've been discussing about the metaverse, the future, what it's going to be like. So I want to fall back to one question that I had earlier. The metaverse, threat or opportunity?
Opportunity.
Mostly opportunity.
Yeah, I would say mostly opportunity as well.
Both, still.
Yeah.
Still. I thought I'd turn you around. Great, so just let's do a quick round of plugs. Vesku, where can people find you and who do you want to talk to?
Pardon?
Where can people find you? Where can they talk with you and who do you want to talk to?
Vesku.com.
Laura.
Well, you can find me at and we want to talk with people, first of all, who are interested in creating content for the metaverse, but also people like talented students who want to be helping us to build the metaverse, like actually doing stuff there. So just check out soan.fi and you'll find either me or my colleagues there.
Yeah, you can contact me through varjo.com, and whenever you want any demos or any discussions about possible use cases, just reach out.
Myself, Antoni at immersive.com, or on Twitter, avesteri. So that's where you find me.
Great. And me, you can find me on LinkedIn, all the usual social media. On Twitter, I'm at @prajahalme. I want to really thank you. An hour, that's a long time. I want to thank you.
Yeah,
an hour
thank
is a
you.
really long time. You've been very patient. I think we ended up, besides Antoni, we ended up on a almost entirely positive note. So
High note.
thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for an amazing panel. A lot of new knowledge has been shared. And obviously, I think one thing we can all agree on, content and content creation, it is all needed. We need more of that. We need more inspiration and a lot of sparks. And when it comes to inspiration, and innovation maybe in this case, which is going to be the next one that's coming up. I'm not sure if you've heard about Testbed Helsinki, which was a innovation challenge of immersive technologies, which was a new way of enriching the comprehensive event experience of visitors. Now, this has been a competition that's been going on with the city of Helsinki, with Elisa, with Fullsteam Agency, and we've got two people who are more than willing to share some more knowledge and some wisdom about the competition, what happened and what is it really about. Please welcome on stage Tapani Nevanpää and Johannes Kinnunen.
Thank you.
Anteeksi, sorry.
Good afternoon.
Just sneaking my way out.
Well, coming from Metaverse to Helsinki, it's kind of back to basics, maybe. It's great to have this opportunity to promote actually two things. One is Helsinki as a testbed for new innovations, and the other one is about our call, whether it's competition or challenge. And Johannes will a little bit tell afterwards about the issue from organizers' point of view. But I'm from City of Helsinki's economic department, and from unit it's called Innovations and New Experiments. And my main focus is to test limits of new technologies. Of course, there needs to be a case and city interest as well. But let's see. We are developing as a part of city economic policy Helsinki as a testbed for new innovations. So we are opening actually the whole city for companies to test innovations. We are not a sales channel, but it's about coming to Helsinki and testing new things, and we provide what is needed. Either it's places, roads, schools, part of organizations, sometimes financing, and then of course we want to activate companies to do things in Helsinki, and Helsinki is one of Europe's biggest startup centers, and to make things happen here and be lively. So Helsinki is kind of stepping stone also for companies towards other markets as well, and get a kind of reference from Helsinki in that sense. And we have a kind of 4 vertical thematic test beds, and then one is actually a horizontal one. So we have a health, well-being, education, a built environment, and smart mobility. And we have a net site called testbed.helsinki, and you can find more information from there. But actually we do have people who are contact persons towards the big organization, and they help them when providing license permissions, needed resources, and a little bit testing the idea with experts as well. And the 5th one is actually digitalization in big term. So it's about new technologies, 5G, AI, IoT, XR, and we do some cases with just technology-based questions from companies that say that they want to test technology and we want to learn about using that technology. Then the case can be from those 4 verticals or outside of those 4, which actually we are talking today more about. But of course, you cannot avoid technology in all those cases. And for example, I see that XR combined with AI is probably the biggest thing that will happen in our environment. Step by step it happens, but there's huge changes coming. And we do have actually 2 kinds of ways to work. We open innovation challenges or calls for companies, and then they can send their applications, and let's see how it goes. And then in those cases we pay the costs. And it's also possible for companies to contact us from Testbed Helsinki you can find information, but also otherwise just come to us and explain what you would like to do with Helsinki and what kind of things you require us to help you. And in those cases, we normally don't cover the costs, but we do provide some additional help for environment, let's say, we provide streets or electricity experts, permissions to some buildings and so on. And then innovative procurement is something that we are just developing. We don't have so many cases yet, but that is actually potentially a channel to investments as well, because those two ones are not investment-based cases. So we do work with companies, help companies, but it's not about selling it to City of Helsinki. If company has ready products, then the channel is those big units directly. And in some cases, we have R&D projects we are running, or we are participating, and those like EU projects have also experiments inside those. But then the challenge actually, we started with kind of innovation challenge and thought that it's quite straightforward. We described what we are looking for, and then we were expecting to get ready project proposals combined with concepts companies are doing, but it wasn't so easy. So actually, we are now continuing it with having an interactive dialogue with companies, and because we want to involve our partners in the discussions before we make decisions. And like we have heard today, new technologies enable new innovations as well as new ways to do things. We have heard about 5G. 5G is actually not so easy thing to explain, because it's not so that it comes and it's already ready. Now we are in a situation in Helsinki area and in most of other big cities in Finland. There's quite good 5G coverage. Most of the sold terminals by companies, operators are already 5G enabled. But actually what we get out of 5G nowadays is better bitrate and really quite good coverage. Not so much about low latency yet, but quite soon there will be standalone networks. Then we are talking about slicing, low delays, 26 gigahertz frequencies, hotspots, even new providers for those hotspots. So things are developing all the time, and actually it's quite important to do things in order to understand the current situation and use learnings. Then XR, you are better experts, but there will be wireless headsets more and more, virtual environments, and those actually enable potential big changes, but also enable new things, new ways to do things. And regarding 360 video, quite many think that it's old already, maybe, but there are coming new technology regarding cameras. They are cheaper, they are better, but if you combine it with other technologies, the end result might be quite different. And then using, for example, AI, like in 5G, we have a mobile edge computing, but we can use cloud computing as well, but AI in connection to those. But on the other hand, when we think about events, it has been, well, maybe Johannes tells a little bit about that later, but I think it has been quite dark period, last 1.5 years. Not much has happened there when we think about live events. But on the other hand, that has been quite good period for thinking what would those companies do next when things are looking a little bit better. And like we heard, it's not so that we come back to what situation was 2 years ago. And again, I copy what I think she was from Soan said that, well, if you think that we are developing things that for people who used to go to concerts 10 years ago, it's not very wise, because we have to understand the current audience and maybe the audience after them and what kind of things they expect. So maybe we are talking about some kind of hybrid events. But on the other hand, from Helsinki's point of view, events are very important. It's in Helsinki's DNA. We would like people to come to Helsinki, either they are tourists or people in Helsinki going to events. But on the other hand, those events may not be the same in future, and we try to help as well. Probably we are talking about some kind of, well, my view is when I go to concert, the live music is main thing, and that's it more or less. And maybe we are talking about add-ons, but on the other hand, maybe it's so that companies should start from scratch and try to think things totally from a new point of view. They have virtual elements, physical elements, and the content. What can they create out of those? But the challenge we are talking now is that we are looking for innovations or concepts that add value to event implementation or user experience. So there have been two types of things. Things that make things easier to add value to organizer. They can do things differently, save costs or add some additional functions to the event itself. Or then the user experience, how they can get more out of the event before it starts, after it has ended, maybe even at the same time, and those things. Those technologies we mentioned, we are interested in. Those need not to be involved in every technology, and of course additional technologies can be added, but it's about using those technologies in innovative way. So it's about kind of open innovation issue, and we are looking for functional solutions having growth potential. So we are talking more or less about project that stands from 3 months to maybe half a year, and it's kind of a development sprint, and it's not about doing a few millions of euros development work and doing a many years project. But after that, we hope that there is continuation for that. And when we talk about event, we are talking about some kind of event that has music as a main role, but there's also other event elements. And like we have as one partner, Sideways agency, Fullsteam agency, they have a Sideways festival in Helsinki every year. And it's also a possibility to have a pilot in that next year, but it depends on the concept and depends on the arrangement requests. And our budget is 50,000 euros for the whole project, and it can be divided by up to 1 to 3 projects, and maximum per one project is 20,000. And our partners want to be involved. It's not so that we order something and when it's ready we get it. It's about partners being interactively joining kind of co-creation mode and developing it together with a company who is involved. And of course, there's expert support from our partners as well. And Fullsteam agency I already mentioned. It's an event and event organizer in a way, and concert promoter as well, mainly in Helsinki area, but I think they do something outside Finland as well. They are bringing quite big names to Finland as a pure concert, but Sideways is a little bit bigger as an element, having different elements. Then Elisa, 5G operator, they have been very active in commercializing new 5G services, and like we just heard, it's not about network, it's about content and services, and you cannot sell a network without having really good applications, so that's their interest as well to see what's happening here. Then Helsinki XR Center, I think you all know what it is, but from our point of view, it's both a center and a network of experts. They are involved here as well. And then City of Helsinki we are proud to be one of leading startup ecosystems in Europe and do things in order to make it active and develop it. In addition to this kind of testbed experiments, we do have a lot of ecosystem activities also inside Helsinki, or in Helsinki area, let's say so. And actually, first we thought that we could here present those 3 concepts that has been chosen and what we are doing with those. Or on the other hand, we thought that maybe we are not so far and we are launching this competition, but actually we are in the middle of those both. We are now having dialogue with few companies regarding the concepts and concept elements. We can mention one, it's Tea Time Research, and we are jointly developing the concept on volumetric video capture and live music. There are some other ideas as well, but on the other hand, the door is still open. So we are very interested and to hear if you have ideas how you would do things in this environment with these elements. And if you are interested, please contact me and let's have a chat, because Helsinki is also good reference and we do have quite a lot of social media activities. So from company's point of view, they get social media visibility, they get good reference, and they get links to those partners we have, and maybe also good business, because the concepts we are looking, we are not looking for concepts that are tied to sideways. It's about creating something that can be used in sideways, but also can be used in other similar events, and hopefully can be enlarged as a concept, but we hope that companies get success, and that's our main motive for that. And you can find my contact information from here, and also Testbed Helsinki is a site where you can find information and contacts for different vertical themes. But I think now it's perhaps good time to introduce Johannes, and because on theory we can talk about like consultants, nice things, what kind of things we would like to have, but some companies must actually do things and make things happen, and what are their wishes, and what kind of restrictions they see, what kind of challenges, what kind of ideas, what can be actually done inside a festival. So please, Johannes, welcome.
So, hi guys, my name is Johannes Kinnunen. I'm from Fullsteam Agency, which is Helsinki-based music company. We organize shows, festivals, events, all kinds of live events. And one of our key projects lately has been Sideways Festival, which is a 3-day festival organized at the Nordis area close to Helsinki Ice Hall. So we are hosting a 3-day festival, which is like, well, as you know, usually music festivals are mainly about music. Like you go to the festival area, you buy a beer, you like get drunk, watch bands, meet your friends, and that's it basically. But since the start of Sideways 2015, we decided that we want to do something different. So of course we have like about 80 different bands from all around the world. But like in addition, we want to have like all kinds of nice and fun stuff which you don't usually like do when you're having your free time. Or maybe you can do something but like combine everything. We've been saying that Sideways is the best of what Helsinki can offer over one weekend. Like, of course, there are the bands, there are food, there are drinks, and all that. But in addition, we want to create something completely out of the box, something that maybe you've never heard of before, or you have heard but you haven't been able to see it. Mainly, it's been all kinds of fun stuff. For example, we've had like wrestling tournament in the festival area, or all kinds of drag shows, panel discussions, arcade hall. We had like 50 old school Japanese arcade devices or pinball machines. Of course, those all are free for our visitors. But once City of Helsinki was in touch with our team, we said that of course we are also interested in all kinds of new technologies, but we have no idea what we could do at the festival area. So in case like any of you have like any new ideas, concepts, something you wish to showcase, try with the live audience, like now we can offer you a spot to do something nice and funny. It can be anything from the new concept, something, well, I don't want to say what it can be anything basically. We have a festival area, we have like 25,000 visitors over 3 days. We have lots of spaces around the festival area, we have small rooms, we have large hallways, spaces outside. It can be combined with our, with some elements which is happening on the stages. It can be something before, after festival, virtual, something you can like touch, whatever. I don't know. So please, in case you have some ideas in mind, be in touch with Tapani and we'll discuss more and think whether it's impossible or possible. So yeah, that's basically it. I don't know what we are expecting. We are just hoping that it could be something that our visitors could find new, interesting, somehow making, like, please surprise our visitors. Like, if you just want to see something normal, you can go to Tavastia or Hartwall Arena to see a show. That's it, basically. But if you want to have something, now there's finally a festival combined with the music where you can do anything at the moment. So, is there something else you want to ask me, Tapani, or?
One comment. First, of course, we are not talking something that changes the whole world. It's about testing things. They can be also small cases which can be embedded in the Sideways Festival, for example. But I would like to ask you, you weren't there, but there was quite interesting discussions regarding Metaverse. I think you have heard something that physical world and virtual world somehow create a new world in a way. Both elements are existing. How do you see it from Sideways Festival's point of view, the virtual environment and also something that lasts beyond the festival time, or is it something that can be during the festival time but also on virtual level? Like they were talking, do you see it as a threat or possibility?
Well, honestly, I have no idea. But I mean that how could I explain it? I mean that of course, we want that people are present in the festival environment. We don't want them to be like watching the shows like this all the time. But in case you have like something you can do with your mobile device or some whatever technologies which is combined with the live shows or maybe it's some leave you with some memory of the festival, whether it's whatever you can like take away with you or in your digital archives, whatever. So all kinds. We are interested in all kinds of things. Yeah.
Yeah, I think of course everybody have to accept what happens in the future and try to adapt to that. But I think you have also some challenges with permissions from the big bands. they quite often tell what you are allowed to do. So that's also kind of limitation, and I guess it will stay.
Yeah, of course, if you are discussing with the international headliners, they are really strict with their brand and their partners. So maybe you shouldn't think that you want to do something with the biggest artists we have on the festival billing. But we have a really good relationship with the Finnish acts and some smaller international talent. So if you think something that could combine the music and your startup or new tech, we can always discuss about that possibility. But of course, it's easiest in case it's something that can be organized inside the festival area somewhere.
Okay, yeah. Thanks. It's very interesting to hear from organizers' point of view, because you have to deal with the challenges as well and see the opportunities. So thanks.
Yes, so Sideways is in mid-June, 1 week before midsummer, and for all additional information about Sideways, it's sidewayshelsinki.fi. Yeah, thanks.
All right, and as mentioned, we did not have a Q&A for this one, but, ladies and gents, I would like to remind you, we have 3 more presentations coming up. I hope you're all still ready and awake. But before we do that, we do have a 30-minute break in between, so stretch your legs, get yourself some coffee, get yourself some water to drink, and we shall return at 15:30. And we come back with Laetitia Bochud to discuss about a united vision and federating XR talents and developments in Europe, followed up by making of Nightwish, a night in a virtual world. And after that, the final webAR is reinventing QR codes. So we'll be back in 30 minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the Helsinki XR Center, where Match 2021 continues. And we are closing up to the end part of this day. We have 3 more great presentations coming up. And obviously, we would like to hear from you people at YouTube and also at Altmatch, and maybe as well from our live audience. Give us feedback on how this event has been going so far. We're happy to hear. You can also slide into my DMs if you want to on Twitter or Instagram at @T_PandaDota. Those are my credentials if you want to hit me up. I mean, I'm happy to forward those messages as well to our organizers who have been making an amazing event so far. And obviously, tomorrow as well, which is completely on Altspace, we want to make sure that you will be there as well. Hopefully also our audience here live here at Helsinki will be joining us there as well. However, on to our next presentation. We have a Q&A for that as well. We have heard your wishes, YouTube chat. We will be having a 10-minute after the presentation, which is an interesting one because we're talking about the European situation, we're talking about the XR talents, and an overall pan-European association and collaboration and whatnot. So we have the right person to talk about that. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage the President at X4 Europe and the Director of Virtual Switzerland, Laetitia Bochud.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me here, Santeri. And thank you for this great stage. I mean, it's impressive. So today I will speak about uniting our strength and where I come from. I come from another tiny country with a weird language. This is the Network for Extended Realities, Virtual Switzerland. We have been funded firstly by the government, mainly the agency for the promotion of innovation called InnoSwiss for the part 2017 and 2020. So we had a launch with public funding. And what we're doing is we are a not-for-profit association promoting and fostering integration, development, tech transfer of extended realities in Switzerland. You may know of a few success stories, perhaps. I don't know if any of you knows a Swiss XR company. Nobody? Dreamscape Immersive. Anybody knows Dreamscape Immersive? Actually, this is a big LBVR company. It's now, it uses the tech developed in Geneva by the president of Virtual Switzerland, but it's now based in Los Angeles, and it has been also funded by Steven Spielberg and Warner and Fox, and so they don't have time for me anymore. So I don't see my presidents, but they're doing great things with Men in Black and Harry Potter and the likes. And another one, we have a unicorn called Mind Maze. I don't know if you've heard of it. Another star-studded startup because Leonardo DiCaprio invested in it. So I don't know why all these people come and pick our little gems in Switzerland. So what we do is, just like every cluster around, we provide consulting, we provide services, but we do this now totally independently since we are not publicly funded anymore. We also try to collide great minds and talents. I facilitate contacts, consortium building, project creation, every day. And of course, we try to connect people. And last week, where I lost my voice, was the Geneva International Film Festival with its Geneva Digital Market. And it's actually the broadest and best selection of immersive artworks. It showcased 40 works. So today I'm going to speak about uniting the XR community. And you would think, okay, so why would I, a Swiss girl, speak about uniting the European community? Because I found a reason. The World Wide Web was founded in Geneva in 1989. Yeah, that's a good excuse. I know it wasn't even a Swiss scientist, it was an English computer scientist. But nevertheless, it means that we're part of this big scientific, innovative, historical stream of thoughts. And going back to it, now it led me to XR for Europe with Santeri. And this is how I got to learn about the excellent Helsinki XR Center. So the XR for Europe organization is actually the follow-up. It's followed the same type of funding as we did at Virtual Switzerland. So it was firstly funded by the European Commission as part of the H 2020 program, and now it's on its own. And so we rebranded it as founding members and called it, instead of XR for all, we called it XR for Europe, which makes sense. This is the United European Network for XR Professionals, and I just explained what it was all about. So, speaking of ecosystem growth, right, because the idea is to really generate this kind of impetus and momentum and to have power together. So, like I did in Switzerland with my tiny ecosystem, it seems tiny, but actually, despite the fact that it has really massive XR successes, it's also a very difficult federal, it's a confederation, just like the European Union is also a confederation of some sort. So, and plus it has 4 languages, 3 that are really spoken, at least that are formally spoken. And so it's not that easy to cross bridges between the French-speaking part and the German-speaking part. And so we succeeded in doing so by going back and forth and really trying to put these 2 regions together on projects. You know, sometimes you hear of something over there and you notice that there is exactly the same idea brewing down in the Italian-speaking part. So you're like, oh, but guys, don't, you know, do it twice and just join your strength. And that's what we do. And this is why I wanted to speak a bit about how to grow this ecosystem. And a lot of it at first is evangelization or education, if you want, in a certain sense. It's about educating politicians, about educating the industry, because at least in my country, they're very skittish about this XR technology. They are afraid of it. They don't want to spend too much money on the wrong hardware, and often they're a bit curious. They step back, they wait, and then once it's been very successful elsewhere, normally in France or Germany, then they say, oh yeah, why not? You know, it's been a big hit over there. There is this lobbying part, just as I said, to knock on doors and say, listen, you know, we need to speak about what's coming up. And this is, the immersive technologies are here to stay with us, as we understood today. It's not going anywhere. It's just going to grow and evolve and probably take some space in our life, just as our little device that we have in our pockets have since 2007. So it's really also an acculturation process that we do. And of course, lots of public relations like today. And I'm happy to do this. So promotional presence, to have platforms and channels. And what we do with XR for Europe, we really want to solve problems and listen to the market needs. So, for example, one of the platforms that we will put at the agenda for 2022 is this venture, the venture and investor sides linked to very good industrial and, you know, projects with high potential. So scalable projects that we curate and we bring experts together to really look at the applications And then these people go to the investors and they say, I believe in this because of A, B, C, X, Y, Z. Because most of the time, people, either the governmental bodies funding and giving grants for XR have no clue about the technology. I mean, our experts are at Virtual Switzerland when we were sponsored by InnoSwiss. I shouldn't be saying that, but the third year we noticed that only one of the 4 around the table had ever put on a headset. So it was a bit distressing, and we were, they were the ones deciding if we had done okay in our evangelization and in our outreach. So there is a lot of we need to create and to increase the credibility of XR technologies, because for now, those who haven't had headsets on, and here we all speak the same language, but often when we go outside, the XR community, people are not at all familiar with the technology, and they ask, basic questions. Will this technology take away my job, for example? And this is just like, booksellers when the internet arrived, they said, well, I'm going to lose my shop. And this hasn't happened. It's a tool. So we need to clarify this to the general public as well. So by creating meetups, for example, by having people meet, it can be virtual meetups now that we have those tools. This is excellent. And of course, the idea is also to have a certain business intelligence. And with Virtual Switzerland, we have this tech watch that we put together, but there are many people doing this. So what we're thinking also for XR for Europe, it's putting this together, and perhaps why not have somebody, hello sponsors, giving money for a white paper that would cover the entire European map, because we are very fragmented right now. At the east of Europe, as you well know, there is a strong there is a strong industry of development. So those who actually write the codes and are at the backbone of the technology. And then at the western side of Europe, you have mostly the creative industries, which we will go back to later. So what's the European unique selling proposal? When we look at ourselves, like I said, there is not this north and south divide, although there is a bit, but mostly this western-eastern divide. So we are very creative. We are not as commercial as the United States. We don't have a very strong branding like Canada. But when I went to Hub Montreal, I was really expecting to be wowed. And of course I was. Felix and Paul, they do magical experiences. But all in all, I was not that enthused. I mean, I thought, okay, yeah, we can compete. We're not that bad, And this is, I think we have the best headsets, obviously. I cannot say anything different, but it's true. Varjo. And there is this Lynx headset coming up that is made in France. We have Cyril, that is a Swiss company that does the optics. And there are, we have very strong universities as well, and those are public universities. And the big difference with America, where you have those very powerful but private universities, is that here it gives back in a different way. So those coming out of universities, they start startups, perhaps the money will be channeled into helping them more. So we do have USP. And as I wanted to remind you, because my academic background is in international relations, actually the values upon which the European Union was founded is human dignity, freedom, democracy, the equality that is enshrined in the Treaty of Rome in 1957, and the rule of law. And when we speak of the rule of law, we have the protection of personal data. And this is a very, very strong point. And right now, everybody is trying to just safeguard their own data because they know it's going to be massive power. For example, right now in Switzerland, we are part of this initiative, but a folks initiative. So I mean a political initiative, something you can vote and that can go up to the government and then be enshrined in the law about a Swiss data sovereignty. So sovereignty is central to what we are now building with these technologies. And I think that in Europe, with our GDPR, which is kind of, it's not really working, but we can have a very sovereign data protection. It could become a united, something very, an agency of some sort that does that a bit more in a flexible way and also in a very strong regulatory way. So what we also forget is that the EU was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. And this is for advancing the cause of peace, reconciliation, democracy, and human rights. So, knowing this, I mean, we have something very powerful in our hands, because if you combine the metaverse or these simulacrum, this is simulacrum, by the way, it comes from the arts world, and it describes the metaverse, what we call metaverse, but in the arts segment. So the simulacrum and these very powerful causes, then we can really create something that could have a USP of its own, because the US and Northern America would say they will go more commercial, I guess. And anyway, we don't trust the we don't trust the Far East. So there is a regulatory problem with them. Not the Indian though, because while I was visiting the research outpost, the Swiss research outpost called Swissnex in India, in Bangalore, I visited several companies there, and I thought, wow, you know, they've all been educated in the West, so they all speak the same language, they think the same way, so it's very easy to work with. I don't say that we should all be, you know, on the same wavelength. I'm just saying it makes collaboration more easy. And then I thought, wow, they have great teams, and the work they were doing was really, yeah, it was striking. So I thought, why not join also, you know, instead of going always further east, perhaps this subcontinent could help us out in Europe, because we don't have enough developing power right now. But actually, this is where the Baltics and the Balkans and the entire Eastern European countries come into force, and that's where we need to integrate them instead of going further. So I changed my opinion a bit. And then there is this impact that we all seek, right, by being together, and this is the era of structuration. We have this professional structuration of our industry right now. Like all the clusters and hubs and networks and associations that are sprouting everywhere. Here I name a few. If you know of others, please, you know, let me know. And also the professional structuration makes for bigger exchange platforms, like the Eurofest XR, which is a really strong, well, it's a strong market to promote the artwork and experiences that are going throughout this festival and market program in Europe. So there is always, it starts now with Sundance again, but in Europe we have our own route of an agenda of festivals and markets. And I think by promoting our own artwork, then we can also have a stance on the world stage. So the idea is to strengthen collaboration, as I said, and not only bring together competencies and know-how and talents at large, but it's to have these unfragmented, united front, and also to create, perhaps aligned with what the Nobel Prize recognized in Europe, a very strong trade ethos in our industry, because we can do it. We're the perfect size and the perfect market to be able to do it. And don't forget, EU is the largest trade bloc in the world. So we do have also the mass impact. We don't think of it, but we do have it. And setting up standards in the industry, it's a reflection we all have, actually, and it's been part of a lot of talks and tech transfer projects and programs. We will go back to it. So in Europe, we do have these wonderful events where we can exchange and mutualize. There are probably more. Here are the festivals that are also listed. The GIF being the Geneva International Film Festival, which just ended on this past Sunday. I was there, and it was, I just talked about it before. But there is this other side that is Horizon Europe and the research and innovation part, that we are really the only ones in the world to have such a massive budget for innovation. It's almost 100 billion for the upcoming 6 years. And okay, I shouldn't be talking about being part of the European Union, because we just kicked out of the bilateral discussions, and so we cannot be the leading house in such consortiums, like the research consortiums. But for example, at XR for Europe, we applied, we built, I think, Santeri, you tell me if I'm mistaken, but we are part of 3 consortiums and applied for 3 of the 12 or 15 calls dedicated to XR that amount altogether to 25 billion, I think, something like that. So it's really the EU wants to make a stance. Here are the 3 main, it's not that readable. Innovation for media, including extended reality modeling, extended reality for all in haptics. So that's a part of it. So this is the tech transfer that we can also leverage upon, because we have those wonderful public academic institutions that we can put together and create emulation within each country. And by also showcasing what are local talents. And for example, Metropolia, I'm super thrilled to see this wonderful, immersive, this tech center here. I mean, there should be more. In Switzerland, we're still, it's difficult. Right now, I'm working on consulting the Technology Institute of Lausanne with it's called DLL, Discovery Learning Lab, but each school is slowly also acquiring an immersive space of some sort. So altogether, what we are and what we stand for when we talk of the XR industry, we're actually part of the creative industries. The creative industries is a broader word. It actually encompasses 13 different creative, it's 13 different economic activities. And it comes from Nomenclature statistique des activités économiques dans la communauté européenne. Yeah, I can showcase my French. And statistical classification of economic activities in the European community. I didn't know it was called NACE because we called NOGA. So what it says, though, is that we should mutualize, go transversal, because we, the XR industry, we are totally horizontal across all these creative industries. And this includes AEC, this includes manufacturing, tourism, culture and heritage, museology, that is part of it as well, entertainment, arts, gaming, software development, healthcare and well-being, education, training. All this is part of what we do and where we can really shine. The challenges ahead, as we always speak about, is the distribution. For example, somebody doing an art piece in XR or an immersive experience, the distributing of this piece is difficult because festivals require money. They don't, you know, it's not monetized to be at a festival. It costs time and money, and sometimes applications also cost money. Like for the, I learned this year, and I was a bit shocked, but the Venice extended the festival. To apply, it costs 240 euros already. So it is not in favor of young artists and talents. So there is also the production. For now, production is mainly, there are up and coming, I would say, XR production companies, but mostly it's the traditional broadcasting companies that are taking over and putting themselves also in co-production modes. But often they don't really know about this new media. And the biz, well, I'll go back. The biz models are different than for traditional industries because it evolves so fast, as we've seen with the headsets. Like this year, there are so many headsets coming on the market, and this makes it not possible to go to a venture capitalist and say, oh, here is my 1-3-5 years vision, because it makes no sense to be 5 years ahead. But when you speak to an investor, they still think in this mid-term and long-term kind of steps. And then there is this big discussion about GAFAM, of course, you know, about being protective of GAFAM. On our committee, we have somebody strongly against the GAFAM because Meta is taking away 10,000 jobs in Europe. But it's also an opportunity to embrace what they know, to embrace their yeah. Oh, Google, Apple, Facebook. It's changed. It's GAMAM. It's GAMAM. Sorry, I'm yeah, Meta, and then Amazon and Microsoft. Yeah, I didn't think of that actually, GAMAM. So yeah, and they're our worst fear, also because of the data. Of course, because data is shifting to their servers sometimes. Like in Switzerland, we have this case where the Confederation signed a 120 billion contract with IBM, Oracle, and Amazon. And so this is why we created this Swiss Data Sovereignty Initiative, because actually it means that the Americans, if they have at one point a doubt about whatever is going on in Switzerland, like they had with the banks, quite arguably, you know, that, yeah, we won't go into that, but, you know, well, if they had a different unjustified doubt about what's going on, they could actually come and request all the data. And so this is a bit of a bit of a problem. And then on the job front, if we really want to counter, you know, massive job hires by the GAMAM, then what we need is better better programs, academic programs, and have more of this and have more students. But then it's a bit, right now we're in a loop, like students don't go into immersive or the XR engineering or multimedia courses because they think there is no job at the end. But then if Gamam is coming, then suddenly there is jobs, and then perhaps it will also help more students choose those academic paths. So yeah, it's a bit chicken and egg problem here. So solutions, because we like solutions. On the distribution and production front, for example, Atlas V, which is a very well-respected and they have gotten awards for their experiences. So they launched their own distribution company called Astra, and I thought that was I was like, damn, they did it good, because that's exactly what we need now, to be structured in a professional way, not only by clusters, but also, to have the own production, the own distribution, and finally we're almost there, but to be recognized as one segment of the film industry. And for the Gamam to collaborate with local startups and SMEs, because in Switzerland, just like here, we do have a strong presence of Microsoft, we do have Meta, we do have Google, and we have Logitech, but Logitech doesn't, it's a Swiss company at heart, but they don't do any gear. What they do is an immersive pen that you can use in the headset that is connected. For now, that's what they do. But so I would, what Google and Meta and Microsoft are doing in the immersive section, they are partnering with the public universities. They are not really hiring tons of engineers because it's difficult to find, the developers as well, but they're mostly there to hire the brain power from the universities and to collaborate with them. So I think to go further, they should perhaps help jumpstart some startups and some ventures and give them a good, good funding help, and not only acquire them, because that's what we've seen as well. In Switzerland at least, and in Europe, I can speak for Europe, major companies, they have their own XR task force in-house. Once they are big enough, they don't use smaller agencies or startups, they just hire. And so we can be a bit mad at the Gamam, but actually that's the growth of a company. That's just the regular path. So we should come with counter proposals, perhaps in hardware and software. And this is what Varjo is doing, obviously very successfully. Why not a second one, a challenger? Perhaps it's going to be links. And software. Software is the power as well. So with all the help we have from these Eastern countries, we could really have super duper software developments, because right now, again, we're mostly relying on Altspace, on other, very well-known East Coast, but not European East Coast softwares. So, but it's great because yes, I know we're overdue. We're totally overdue. I'm sorry. So I'm happy to answer comments and questions. No, well done.
Thank you. Thank you, Laetitia. It was a fantastic presentation. As we can see, it's a huge topic and we have so much to learn from you, but unfortunately we're running on overtime. So once again, Laetitia Bochud. And we're going to go straight forward. I was hoping that we could have had a moment for Q&A, but our next presentation has to start now as we are falling behind the schedule. So let's go on to the next one. Is everybody ready for the next one? Yes? All right, great. Laura Olin, make your way to the stage.
This is not a game, but it's our world, virtualized, here and now. The real purpose of virtual reality is to manifest the imaginary. It's to see things past and things to come. It's to teach and to be taught, to showcase, to purchase, to entertain, and to travel. And that's why we're here. We are erasing distance between people, enabling shows that need to be seen, and giving the physical a virtual presence through digital twins that replicate and reveal. We are here with purpose, riding the next wave of impossibility. Welcome to the hybrid era.
Hey, and welcome to listen about Nightwish and how we made night in a virtual world happen. That was a little bit about COO, the company I come from, and what we do. If you don't know, we are a virtual studio based in Helsinki, working globally, and we've been in the business for 11 years now. So, but this presentation is not about COO as a company. This is about the project Nightwish. And let's see. Oh, yes. So the concert happened last May. We had 2 concerts on one weekend. We got people from 108 countries, sold tickets for over 1 million. And anyway, overall, it was a huge experience, both for the band and both for us who were doing that show. And this is now what I'm going to go through how it all happened. But in order to do that, we need to go back to May Day Eve 2020. I suppose many of you probably remember the JVG Ikuinen Vappu concert that happened on that day. It was in the middle of the worst, first wave of the pandemic. But as we at COO, we usually start testing and doing things, and miraculously we managed to put together in 3 weeks a virtual concert that was then broadcasted to 1.4 million Finns. And that was a new experience for the people who work with bands and music management. But those people who were involved in that project were quite amazed by it. And we worked together with Fullsteam Agency, and their project manager, Liina Rislakki, has been working with Nightwish for many, many years. And already at the backstage of JVG, we started talking that, well, Nightwish, that would be something. Because, of course, if you know the band, they are playing symphonic metal music, they have a huge global fan base, and they are very visual. So, of course, that's like a dream come true scenario for a company that makes virtual world. And, well, that was a discussion back then, but then during the summer, we started talking a little bit more about that. Liina started talking with the management team of Nightwish, Toni Peijo and Evo Pohjola. And it actually turned out that they had been even preparing a virtual concert before. But what had happened was that the price tag was quite big, and then they decided to put things on hold for a while. Well, but based on this JVG success, we started talking again, and they started to warm up. We were also showing after JVG, we had worked with Alma. Then during the last autumn, we had a chance to work with a couple of global artists, Rita Ora, Martin Garrix. Then during the spring, we also worked with Teflon Brothers, Apulanda, and some other Finnish stars. So basically, JVG was a great thing, but we had learned a lot by working with these artists. So it was no longer just like JVG and then we would do Nightwish. But basically we knew what we could do and what it would cost. And in the end, this was somewhere around October, November last year, we decided that, all right, let's do it. 2 Nightwish live concerts, initially planned in March, but due to some changes, we moved them to May. we decided that we're going to split the work, split the risk, split the potential money we're going to get out of it together, so that there will be the Nightwish band, the Fullsteam agency. The agency was responsible for marketing and collaboration with ticketing, and then Doğan and we were responsible of making it all happen virtually. So that's what we decided, and that's when we started to work. That was approximately a year ago. And the project, basically, what was the project scope when it comes to Doğan? We decided that we're gonna have two shows, one for the European time zone and the other one on the next day for the Latin America time zone, where Nightwish has a lot of fans. The tickets will be purchased at lippu.fi, and then they will log in on our Burst platform to see the show. The performance will also include some exclusive elements, and then there will be some sort of interaction like avatars or something like that. And then what we would do is basically create the 3D environment, the virtual production, and then the web setup to be able to see this. Okay. And then let's go to work. So first about this 3D environment. How many of you have been to Nightwish shows, like real Nightwish shows? Okay, yeah. So you know they are quite spectacular. So of course, when it comes to virtual concert, it needs to be spectacular as well. So what those guys started watching was like a lot of Nightwish shows from DVDs and checking out how it looks like and what's the general feeling. Then what was a really big help is that Tuomas Holopainen, the band lead, and then sort of his, I don't know how it is, it's like, in a way, like a creative brain or something like that, but anyway, his right hand when it comes to creating this fantasy world, Janne Pitkänen, also known as Toxic Angel, so they were working really closely with our 3D team. So basically, when we started planning it, there were like ideas and inspiration for the outdoors environment, how it should look like. Of course, the inside environment, where the stage will be, what will the building be like. Quite early on, it was already clear that it would be a tavern where the band will be performing. And then, of course, the style that they wanted to reflect, which is sort of this retro futurism, steampunk kind of thing. So we got quite a good advice from them, and that was very essential for the project to look and feel like Nightwish, so that it's a Nightwish project and not a Doğan project that was made for Nightwish. I'm going to just show you some concept designs. I bet there are a lot of you here online or here who are interested in creating this 3D world, so you can see a little bit of that inspiration. We had a team of 8 people working with the 3D world. Under the direction of our producer Iris Rodriguez, and some of them were our own employees, but then we also had quite a bunch of like freelancers. But what was super great with all that was that many of them were also Nightwish fans. So of course they were like totally into this, and also they were ready to go that extra mile for the band they really love. So here you can see some inspiration, and then this is how it looked like. So this was the inside of the tavern, and there were actually so many details that were not visible in the concerts that were made to different like rooms and corners, and we've got like requests from some of the fans that please release that as a game or something. We want to go there and explore. That's actually quite a good idea. But it's very detailed, as you can see. And also this is the outdoors. And then also one of the reasons why it was so detailed was that in the beginning, we were planning to have avatars there. Already in the JVG concert, one like leading principle here is that in a virtual concert, of course, it's like what makes it different from a normal video stream of a concert is that there should be the possibility to interaction between like the band, the fans, and something like that. And with JVG, we had already launched avatars that were like dancing on the Senate Square. And we were thinking that this would be a perfect place also to make like Nightwish style avatars that maybe you as an audience member could become one of them. You could like be a part of that virtual world. But then, and we had very talented Juri Saloranta who was already sketching these avatars, as you can see. But this is also something that can happen in a process like this, that in the end we decided that we're not going to do it. One of the reasons was that, of course, that would have added to the complexity of the whole thing, like how you log in, how you move, and so on. And in the end, Tuomas said that he actually wouldn't like the fans to focus on anything else but the band and the concert. So I think it was like a wise decision, although I think you must agree that it would have been fun to see those Nightwish avatars. Maybe we'll see them somewhere someday. But yeah, this was something that was left on the drawing table. Okay, that's it for the 3D world. Then the virtual production. So how it works, like if you are not familiar, so basically what we do is that there's a band performing in front of a green screen, cameras are filming, then we take the film, extract the band from the background, put it all together with the virtual world that we have developed, and then we push it out as a live stream to a website where people can see it. And then we add the interactive layer. And as the avatars were rejected, now we decided that, well, what we're gonna do is to have a chat, because we want fans to be able to connect with each other and, you know, talk and so on. So that was the very general structure of this. And for those who are interested, many times, like when it comes to virtual event production, so the quality comes from the choice of camera angles that you can have, like wide angle and close-ups and cameras moving. So this means that you need to have a lot of cameras. We used static cameras, handheld cameras, and then one crane. And also you need trackers. I can reveal that in JVG and in some earlier concepts, we've been using these very familiar HTC Vive trackers. Definitely not made for this purpose, but it was like a, you know, like a bubblegum solution, and thank God it worked when it needed. But for this one, so we had like a real stipes that we worked with. So that was, of course, you know, there comes improvement with every concert. So this was by all means a professional setup, and this is how it looked like. So basically the green screen cameras, band members, and then the trackers. And then a very simplified technical setup is that the cameras are filming, then there's the mixer, Unreal Engine, that is like taking care of the virtual environment, then there are different kind of streams, and then the director is deciding, like in a TV broadcast, which stream they will be put out. They will put out on the website, and then people will see that. So that's it. And we did all this at Valova Studios in Vantaa. We had great partners, LiveTech, taking care of the streaming part, and then also Strivecast, who was our streaming partner. And then the third part was the web. So there's a website called burst.fi. Luckily, we didn't get involved in the ticket sales. That was done by ticket sales professionals at lippu.fi. But what we did was that we had this website where they needed to validate the tickets. And that was something we built ourselves. So basically, people would come with their ticket codes, enter that, click watch, and then they could go to those streams, either the VIP stream where they could see the bass player interview, or then the actual, like the concert stream. And that worked quite smoothly. And then when you started watching it, so you could see that there would be this chat where you can talk. And like, if as a Finnish person you ever go to a virtual event, and there's the possibility of chat, you know what happens? Nobody says anything. Well, this wasn't like it. Oh my God, everyone went crazy. They were just like speculating about the set lists, about what floor is going to where, everything possible already when the chat opened. That was so crazy. But it was, at the same time, it was super amazing because Leena told me already at the early stages that fans of Nightwish and fans of metal music in general are like super friendly. They're like a big family. Everyone, you know, they like to talk with each other and so on. So that really was true. And in the end, I think that this was the right decision to have the chat, leave the avatars out, because then you could see the concert all the time. And then if you didn't want to chat, you could even close it. So, but anyway, I feel based on the fan-side discussions that many felt this connection, thinking about people from over 100 countries, that you were there sharing something magnificent with other people. And then final part of the web, which is, to be honest, something we came up with very late, like a week before, was that, yeah, actually people are paying good money for their tickets. What if something goes wrong? We probably need a customer support. So what we did up, this was for the first time at Zoan we ever did something like this, but we simply set up a Gmail account for the support. Then we recruited a number of our colleagues who would help before, during, and after the concerts, and then we started replying. And that was quite a job to do, but together with the web team, I think we did quite good job, because there were maybe like a few hundred people who didn't get to see the concert and wanted their money back, but that was not like a big number. But like hats off to all customer support workers. This was a really like a hard job to push through. And once again, a reminder that no matter how great you are with virtual production stuff, there are always those things you need to remember and think about in advance. But luckily, we made it with hard work and some luck. So once again, that's it. But that's it. And I think that now we could take a look at the concert, how it looked like.
How's that heart underneath the silence? How's the world drowning in the mire? Let us sound a human paean. Come on in. How's that heart underneath the silence? How's the world drowning in the mire? Let us sound a human paean. Come on in, the fire's warm. Down the blade and not some. How's that heart? How's the world drowning in the mire? Let us sound a human paean. Come on in, the fire's warm. Down the blade and not some. How's the heart underneath the silence? How's the world drowning in the mire? Let us sound a human paean. Come in, the fire's warm. Burn the rope and dance some more.
Yeah, that was basically it. It just makes me so happy one more time, because in everyone's life there are these projects that are like very significant, that make you happy, and this every time I see that, it makes me really happy. Okay, but basically one final thing are the lessons learned from this. So for you who are organizing virtual concerts, event, or doing some new type of virtual things, so one important thing is that in this kind of stuff, so trust really matters. Without the Wakeone concert, this wouldn't have happened, because we needed someone, an ally inside the music business, to tell the others that, look, listen to these guys, they can make it happen. So that was very important, and we are very, very thankful for the Fullsteam people and Leena about this. Then referring, for instance, to the avatars, what's important to remember is that the artist is still always on the driver's seat. So no matter how great stuff you create, if the artist doesn't like it, it's not gonna happen. And the bigger the artist, the more management layers and opinions there are. I mean, what we have done in Finland, it's still relatively small and very straightforward. But considering those international artists, that's like something. If you work with them, you better prepare time for comments and changes and endless alterations. Good point. There was actually we said the band said in the first press release that there will be this avatar thing, and then there were some people who were asking for this, and what we decided to do is that we decided to tell it that it was Tuomas and the band who decided that despite the great effort, we're not going to use the avatars, and as they said, we want people's focus to be on the concert and not just, playing around with your avatars. And I think mostly people understood it, so it didn't become a problem. Then the scope. So once again, we can be masters in many things, but then it's wisdom to understand the turf that you don't understand. For instance, marketing a concert, selling tickets, pricing tickets, then also camera setups, things like that. So you need to really understand what is needed. If you estimate that, well, I don't know nothing about that, but it's not probably a big deal. Well, I can assure you that it is a big deal. That's what usually happens. So it's important to understand the scope. And then in the world of virtual concerts, technically this was in the end nothing too special. But what we were lucky with, of course, were that it was commercially very good, and then that we had the experience from all those previous concerts that we managed to make it happen quite flawlessly. The execution was really good, not just the idea, but really the execution. And then, once again, what's really great with these things that you do for the great public, so the gratitude of fans and people whose life you are going to make a big change or make them smiling for a couple of hours. So that always feels super good. There's no denying of that. So yeah, that's it. What was really good was also in the end you can see some of our 3D modelers and people who made the environments. There's I think Emerson, Alfonso, Jorge at least, who got to meet the band and really to celebrate with them, to really feel like being part of the same team. So of course that was an amazing moment. But yeah, thanks. I think there's still a couple of minutes for questions, right?
Yeah, but let's give a round of applause though. One thing that I want to say, first of all, that was amazing, and I'm a metalhead as well. I used to be a metal singer back in the day, not that good though these days, but seeing you getting to work with Nightwish and seeing this whole concept, it just gives me goosebumps, and watching that part from the concert, absolutely fantastic. But now we have a couple minutes for some questions from the audience, and go ahead. Do we have our microphone around? Thank you, just a second.
Thanks. Yeah, looked amazing. Thanks for the presentation. You mentioned that the ticket sales were 1.2 million. Do you know how that compares to other major Nightwish concerts?
Very good point. I think, well, we should probably calculate how many persons you can fit in an arena. To be honest, I can't remember. But of course, the whole team was happily surprised. We expected something like if we would sell for maybe, 500,000, 700,000, that would be sort of okay. So it was above what we expected that would happen.
Okay, thanks.
Do we have any other audience questions? We still got time for one more over here.
I have one question.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Did you show to the audience those green screen shots, or was it just all that
No, we didn't. That was just for this video. But of course, the audience, what they were watching was the tavern all the time. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll take the last question from here.
Okay, I was wondering, how big was your team, especially on the side of modeling the space and working on the virtual production?
Yeah, so the 3D modeling team was 8 persons. And then there was, I think, well, in the beginning, maybe another bunch of 5 to 10 people working with the virtual production. But of course, as the date got closer, so more and more people would start doing this full time. And then we got the customer support people. That was probably another like 10 persons. So in the end, I think we were around 30 people who worked with this whole production. But of course, not everybody full time on our side. Then, of course, there were people from the Fullsteam. And then the band hadn't played at all during the pandemic. And they had released this new record, and they hadn't played that at all. So basically what the management was worried about, that they should first get the band out of their homes and start rehearsing so that they could even go to stage. So that was also quite a big time that they needed to do that to make this happen.
Thank you for the audience questions. There was one comment from the YouTube section where this was more of an ask instead of a question. Please say these concept pics will be downloadable somewhere. Beautiful stuff. Are they available anywhere?
Not really. I don't know. Well, it's been more for our internal use. I'm not sure if they can be downloaded anywhere, but well, contact us and we'll see if that's possible.
All right. Thank you, Laura, Olli. A round of applause once again.
Thank you, everyone.
We are slowly coming to a close. We have one final presentation to go, and this one will be via Teams. So we have another person joining us from outside of the venue. We have Frans Tihveräinen, who is going to be talking to us about the webAR and reinventing QR codes. So Frans, if you're there, take it over. The show is yours.
Hey, hello everyone, and thanks for having me at Match XR. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it to the venue, but here I am, and you're there. So yeah, I'll be talking about webAR and slightly also about QR codes and how webAR is sort of reinventing QR codes to be used in a whole new type of way. And first, a brief intro about who I am and what our company does. My company, Flyer Augmented Reality Studio, is a creative augmented reality studio, and we focus on creating highly custom augmented reality experiences. And we don't create our own technology or develop our own software, but rather we use other companies' tools and platforms to augment reality that best suits our clients' needs. So we're sort of omni-software-as. Here's our small team. We're 2 creative engineers and 2 engineering creatives. And me and Eero are the engineers, and Nico and Sebastian are the 3D artists. Nico is full-time and Sebastian is freelancing. So we're pieni mutta pippurinen, small but powerful team. And here are a few of the tools we use at the moment. Out of these tools, Zapper is the platform we use for webAR development and webAR projects. It's a British AR platform. They just won some Augie Award at Augmented World Expo as well. But we're not married to any of these, and we keep our eyes open all the time for good new tools and technologies. And now, video 1, please, from the technical guy. Here's a short clip of what. Yeah, that was a 1-minute clip of the very different types of realities that we've augmented. And yeah, that's for the short intro of what our company does. But a question for the crowd. Which one of you enjoys downloading apps? Or have you ever met someone who enjoys the process of downloading apps? Because I sure haven't. Yeah, I guess I can't see you over there, but I'm guessing that no hands were raised. And webAR, which is cool thing, and basically it's augmented reality that runs on your mobile browser and does not require the user to download one more app, because unfortunately, although the app download process is fast and just a few clicks, it's often that one step too much for consumers. And webAR there are many platforms for webAR creation, and they're all going forward, and there are new platforms popping up all the time. But it's not perfect yet, and probably never will be perfect, but it's getting there. It's starting to be pretty solid. And this is where the QR codes come in. Like QR code, it's a 2-dimensional barcode, and it technically, I think it contains only like string. But what you can do with the QR code is that you can take the basic idea of QR code and have it link to a webAR experience. So instead of having like unique code that it works only with traditional AR app, where you had to download an app and scan the app code, now you can just scan a QR code with practically any smartphone's camera, and it will take you to the webAR experience. And this one is especially good for image tracked solutions where the augmented reality digital content anchors to a target image. And this is one way of making it work. You can have the QR like direct straight to the webAR URL address, or you can add like an optional layer of redirection. Like for example, a demo I'll be showing you soon. It redirects via our website into the webAR URL address. So we have the option of redirecting it to somewhere else if we want. And here I'll show you 2 quick examples. The first one is technically elementary augmented reality solution or AR experience. And like technically it's only a video and a few buttons. And using an app, that was cool 10 years ago. But now in webAR, it's like the coolness is coming back, and it's always the content that matters. And now, please, technical guy, put on the next video.
Jokainen syy, joka estää kuntoilun, on tekosyy.
Postcards can be so much more than just static ink on paper.
Saatanan tunarit.
Yeah, we created this fun set of Kekkonen themed postcards together with Salmi platform, and the cool card graphics and video edits were done by Jere of Oh Wow.
Tappaa eivät tohdi, ja tiineeksi eivät saa.
But yeah, as you saw, it was only video content, or to be more specific, actually 4 of them that were cropped into a postcard size or aspect ratio and attached to the postcard that was the AR target image. a few buttons on the side changed the video, and one of the buttons was a link to a website. And these are very easy and fast to create. And I'm still waiting for big magazines like Helsingin Sanomat to start making their print more interactive. And the magic ingredient for the previous example and for actually all augmented reality content is that the content has to be good quality and fun. And if you can make it slightly interactive, it's always a good thing. And now, hey, a demo for you to try. I'm hoping that some of you are in close proximity to wherever these slides are being shown. So maybe you can give this a scan with your device. iPhone, scan the QR code right away with the camera. Androids should do it too. And if your basic Android camera doesn't read it, you might have a Google Lens or a QR reader. But if you just hate QR codes, you can type augmented.flyar.fi in your mobile browser and see what happens. And this is an image tracked AR experience. So the content anchors to this specific round image, and the primary use case for image tracked AR is always a printed product. Like we have these round flyers, which are sort of our company business cards. And yeah, the QR will redirect you to via our site to the webAR unique URL. Then the browser will ask for permissions to use the camera, and then the AR content will anchor onto this. And the first time you scan it, there will be like a welcoming info button which you have to click open, and then the lights will go on and other info buttons will open up. And yeah, there's lots of interactivity. You can click on buttons to get more info about our dudes or our innovation area. And yeah, there's also a 360 picture, which you can click in the middle of the 3D model is the eye icon, which opens up a 360 render from our office. And this content can also be dynamic, like now it's Christmas time. Unfortunately, we didn't have time to do it for this presentation, but Christmas tree and Santa Claus are on their way to our augmented office. And then, Mr. Technical Guy, can you cue the next video, which will show a short clip of this working? Interactivity is a big thing in augmented reality. Of course, you can have static and animated 3D models, but when the user can interact with the content, that's when the actual magic happens. For example, here you can click on the info button in our innovation area, see what's going on there. Or then you can take a look inside our office to a 360 picture. Or you can even close down our office to see what happens at night. I wonder who is winning. It's me. Yeah, good night. Yeah, welcome to our office. I hope at least some of you got the chance to try it yourself. And if you didn't, please let me know or contact me and I'll send you the target image to try out. And yeah, this particular example we created as sort of showcase of what webAR can do and what kind of rich digital media content it can have. And the most visual part was, of course, the cool animated 3D model of our office. Then it also had some audio, a very short video clip, a 360 image, lots of info buttons which you could click to find out more info, text infos, links to our website, and LinkedIn profiles, and a link button to save my contact information as well. And also it had the small night mode Easter egg where our team was playing Broforce on Nintendo. And yeah, the magic ingredient for this one is the fun details, which always make the AR experience pop and more interesting and intriguing. And if someone is wondering how heavy this experience is, it's only around 10-11 megabytes. So that's a very important thing for webAR solutions, webAR experiences that need to download on mobile connections, is that the content needs to be optimized lightweight in polygons and megabytes and texture sizes, so it loads fast and runs smoothly even on a bit older devices. I tried this on an ancient iPhone SE, and it works all right. It doesn't work perfect, but it works well enough so I don't feel bad about it. And that's a major turn down if the content weighs a ton and the user has to wait for it, and then they get some high poly static model which is laggy. Then it's a major disappointment for the user. And some upsides of webAR is that the biggest one, of course, is that it works without app downloads. On most devices, it works without hiccups. There are a bunch of surprises that can occur. For example, if the user has some very strict settings for browsers not to be able to use cameras, then they might have to manually alter some setting. And yeah, there's lots of platforms and frameworks for webAR creation. And interactive content is possible. There are many platforms that allow for like a static 3D model to be placed on a planar surface. But I think interactivity and animations make it much more than just a static 3D model. And yeah, support for various different media types is a big thing. So you can mix 3D and audio and 360 pictures and make like a multimedia experience. But yeah, it's not perfect. It has its downsides. At the moment, plane tracking for interactive and animated AR experiences is still a work in progress. I think that Eighth Wall is the furthest in this, but I know that others are very strongly in the race. And then, yeah, although QR codes were invented in like 93 or 94, it still might be a mystery to many. I think it's partly a cultural thing. In some countries, QR codes are much more highly recognized than over here. And yeah, performance is slightly weaker than in apps. And yeah, the newer your device, the better it will work. But that goes for practically any mobile things. And then yeah, browsers treat the AR experiences a bit differently. Like some time ago, we had a project which had a 360 picture, and I noticed that in Firefox, the 360 picture was like 180 degrees the wrong way. So it was like an upside down thing, which was strange. Otherwise, it worked the same. But yeah, the most common browsers like Chrome and Safari work best. Some more marginal browsers like Brave might be a little wonky, but I'm pretty sure that these will be standardized soon-ish. And yeah, there's a million use cases for webAR things. And at the moment, I feel that image-tracked webAR is the most reliable type of web-based augmented reality. So making your printed material more than static ink on paper is the like most widest use case. We can create like interactive product presentations. We just did one earlier this year for blog solutions, and then very, very simple use case would be to add video content to printed news. For example, last night there was the football game. It would be cool to see on the sports pages. You could see like the goals, for example. It would have been cooler to see the goals if Finland made some of them, but anyway. Then the AR content can be changed over time. So, for example, for music festivals, the festival posters could have like featured artists every week or every day even. And a big thing would be for education, augmenting school books with, let's say, 3D molecules or the water cycle or whatever can be created as content. And we can also fetch real-time data. There's a few ways to do that too, like get real-time data from a server and maybe visualize it as 3D interactive AR infographics. And yeah, basically anything is possible. The sky's the limit, and I feel that the best ideas and best use cases are still waiting to be found. And that's about it. This was well-timed, 20 minutes-ish. And yeah, feel free.
Thank you so much, Frans, for the presentation. And obviously now we have a few minutes time to ask some questions from Frans. Do we have any audience questions? This is your final opportunity to express or discover.
Indeed. Use it
well,
wisely.
I'll let you think for a moment. Frans, I would like to ask one question from you, if that's okay.
Yes.
So what do you think and how do you see the AR glasses future? Are they going to multiply? Are they going to be more and more frequently used by consumers?
That's a good one. Well, time will tell. I think that industrial use cases will take on AR glasses first. And then also, I'm not sure if I'm getting old, but I don't know if I want to, although I'm deep inside the AR bubble, I'm not sure if I want to be in an augmented world all the time, because real reality is my favorite type of reality, at least for now. So yeah, depends on the use cases and yeah, on the content and like what's possible to do with them. So yeah, what a vague answer. Time will tell.
We'll just have to wait and see. One last opportunity to ask questions from Frans. Doesn't look like we have any hands up. And also our YouTube chat was just saying that what a great presentation, but we didn't get any questions from them. So I guess, Frans, I'm going to have to let you off the hook. Thank you so much for your presentation. Okay. And obviously the audience, one more time for Frans Tihveräinen.
Thank you. And please be my friend on LinkedIn. And have a nice day.
Thank you and bye. Well, at this point, we are finished with today's presentations. Have you learned anything new today? Have you learned a lot or something less? I guess we're all filled with knowledge at this point that it's good time to start resting and preparing ourselves for tomorrow. And about tomorrow, check up this next thing, because our program for tomorrow is going to be a tiny bit different as we are heading over to Altspace, and we will start at 10 a.m. local time, EET. If you are in CET, that will be 9 a.m. And we will start off with our good morning words from me. From there, we have a lot of different types of things, and all of this is taking place in Altspace. We have some control reality space, we have psychology and VR combined, showcasing the School of Gaming Galactic space as well, video game-based remote support, and some showcasing from the Jyväskylä XR campus. But don't wait, that's not all, we have more. Coming up after that, we have some collaboration VR combined with industrial XR applications. We have some senior advisors from Business Finland coming in as well to talk about XR-tainment. That's a tricky one. And also several other great presentations coming up tomorrow on Altspace. So this is a good opportunity for you, all of you viewers on YouTube and the ones already in Altspace today, to make your accounts and start customizing your avatars, because we will see you tomorrow on Altspace. So all of you people watching on the stream, it is time to say good day and good night, and whatever you're going to do today, take a good rest, and we'll see you tomorrow on the stream. Once again, we will be on YouTube and we will be on Altspace. Hopefully we'll see you virtually, not live, but virtually at least. That's as close as we can get. So without further ado, thank you for tuning in today, and we'll see you tomorrow.